Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days when the Shire was still young, and the memory of the wandering days had not yet faded entirely from the hearts of the halflings, there lived along the banks of the great Brandywine River a peculiar community of hobbits, unlike any others in the land. These were the river hobbits of Bucklebury and the surrounding hamlets, folk whose lives were shaped not by the rolling hills and fertile farmlands that their cousins in Hobbiton so dearly loved, but by the eternal song of flowing water and the ancient mysteries that dwelt beneath its surface. It is said that these hobbits possessed knowledge that other halflings had long forgotten, secrets whispered to them by the river itself in the quiet hours before dawn, when mist rose from the water like the breath of some slumbering giant, and the world seemed suspended between waking and dreaming. The Brandywine Bridge, that great stone crossing which connected the Shire proper to the wildlands of Buckland, stood as a monument to an age when hobbits still remembered the old ways. Its massive pillars had been sunk deep into the riverbed by craftsmen whose names were lost to time, and the stones that formed its arching span had been fitted together with such precision that not even a single blade of grass could find purchase between them. The bridge had watched over the Brandywine for longer than any living hobbit could remember, and it was said that on certain nights, when the moon hung full and heavy in the sky, the very stones would hum with a music that only the river hobbits could hear. This music, they claimed, told of things that had been and things that were yet to come, of great deeds performed in the distant past and of trials that awaited those brave enough to heed the call. Among the river hobbits of that generation, there lived one family whose name was spoken with particular reverence and no small amount of curiosity. The Rushbottoms had dwelt along the eastern bank of the Brandywine for as long as anyone could recall, and their ancestors had been among the first hobbits to settle in those lands after the Great Migration from the east. Unlike most hobbit families who took their names from the hills or holes they inhabited, the Rushbottoms had chosen their name from the river itself, from the thick beds of rushes that grew along the shallow waters where the Brandywine curved gently before passing beneath the great bridge. This choice of naming, some whispered, marked them as different from the very beginning, as hobbits who had pledged themselves not to the solid earth, but to the ever-changing waters that flowed eternally toward the distant sea. The patriarch of this family in those days was old Willowbald Rushbottom, a hobbit of considerable years whose face had been weathered by countless mornings spent upon the river. His beard, which he wore longer than was fashionable among the hobbits of the Western Shire, had gone white as river foam, and his eyes held the deep grey-green colour of the Brandywine itself when storm clouds gathered overhead. Willowbald was known far and wide as the greatest riverman the Shire had ever produced. A hobbit who could read the currents and eddies of the water as easily as a scholar might read ancient texts. He knew every sandbar and deep pool, every hidden channel and dangerous rapid from the bridge all the way to the sea, and it was said that he could navigate the river in complete darkness simply by listening to the way the water spoke against his boat. But Willowbald's fame extended beyond his skill upon the water. He was also the keeper of the old stories, the tales that had been passed down through generations of Rushbottoms since the earliest days of the Shire. These were not the comfortable stories that most hobbits told their children, tales of clever gardeners and bountiful harvests, of parties and presents and the simple pleasures of home. The stories that Willowbald preserved spoke of deeper things, of bargains struck with creatures that dwelt beneath the river's surface, of ancient magics that still lingered in certain pools and tributaries, and of the price that must sometimes be paid when mortals venture too close to the mysteries of the natural world. It was on a spring evening, when the apple blossoms had just begun to fall like fragrant snow upon the orchards of Buckland, that a young hobbit came seeking Willowbald's counsel. This young hobbit was called Primrose Goodbody, and she hailed from a respectable family in Hobbiton who had never, in all their generations, produced a single individual with any interest in boats, rivers, or anything that might be considered an adventure. Primrose was therefore something of an anomaly among her kin, a hobbit girl who had dreamed since childhood of the rushing waters she'd glimpsed only once, during a journey to visit distant relatives in the Samarish. That brief glimpse of the Brandywine had awakened something within her, a longing that no amount of sensible hobbit living had been able to quiet. She travelled for 3 days to reach the river, walking paths that wound through the familiar lands of the Shire until they gave way to the stranger territory of Buckland, where the trees grew taller and the shadows fell deeper, and the very air seemed thick with possibilities. When at last she stood upon the eastern bank of the Brandywine, watching the last light of sunset paint the water in shades of gold and amber, she felt as though she'd come home to a place she'd never before visited. The river spoke to her in its ancient voice, and though she could not yet understand its language, she sensed that it had been calling to her all along, waiting patiently for her to finally answer. Willibald Rushbottom was sitting in his customary spot when Primrose found him, an old wooden chair positioned at the end of a weathered dock that extended from his hobbit hole into the river. His pipe was lit, sending lazy curls of smoke into the evening air, and his eyes were fixed upon the water with the particular intensity of one who has spent a lifetime learning its secrets. He did not turn as she approached, though she knew he must have heard her footsteps upon the wooden planks, for it was said that Willibald could hear a fish break the surface of the water from half a mile distant. She stood there in silence for a long moment, uncertain how to begin, watching the reflection of the first stars begin to appear upon the darkening water. The river flowed past with its eternal patience, unconcerned with the passage of time or the troubles of small folk who lived upon its banks. Somewhere in the distance a night bird called out, its song echoed by another further along the shore, and Primrose felt the strangeness of this place settle upon her like a cloak woven from mist and moonlight. At last, without turning his head, the old hobbit spoke. His voice was low and rough, like stones tumbling along a riverbed, yet there was a warmth beneath it that surprised her. "You have come a long way," he said, and the words hung in the air between them. "The river told me you were coming, though it did not tell me why. That is for you to say if you wish or not. The river keeps its own counsel, and so do I." Primrose took a deep breath, gathering her courage. She had rehearsed this moment in her mind 100 times during her journey, yet now that it had arrived, she found that all her carefully prepared words had fled from her. "I have come," she began, then faltered. She tried again. "I have come because I dream of the river. Every night since I was a child I dream of water flowing, of depths I cannot see, of voices calling from below the surface. My family thinks me touched, and perhaps they are right, but I cannot ignore it any longer. I must understand what the river wants of me." Willibald finally turned to look at her, and in his ancient eyes she saw something that might have been recognition, or perhaps sorrow, or perhaps simply the accumulated wisdom of many years spent listening to the river's endless song. "The river," he said slowly, weighing each word as though it were a stone he was casting into deep water, "wants what it has always wanted, to flow, to carry, to remember. But sometimes it needs those who can hear it, those who can carry its stories to places it cannot go." He paused, drawing upon his pipe. "You have come to the right place, young one, but I must warn you that the tales I keep are not comfortable ones. They speak of sacrifice and courage, of love and loss, of the bargains our ancestors made with powers they did not fully understand. Are you certain you wish to hear them?" Primrose nodded, her heart beating with a mixture of fear and anticipation that she'd never before experienced. "Then sit," said Willibald, gesturing to a second chair she had not noticed until that moment. "Sit, and I will tell you the first of the river tales, the story of how the Brandywine Bridge came to be, and the terrible price that was paid for its construction." The night had fully claimed the sky by the time Willibald began his tale, and the stars blazed above them with a brilliance that seemed almost watchful, as though the heavens themselves wished to hear the old story once more. The river flowed past in its endless journey, its surface now dark as polished obsidian, save where the starlight caught upon the ripples and transformed them into ribbons of silver. Primrose drew her cloak more tightly about her shoulders, for the evening had grown cool, but she found that she barely noticed the chill. Her entire being was focused upon the old hobbit beside her and the words that began to flow from his lips with the same inevitability as the water flowing past their feet. In the earliest days of the Shire, Willowbald began, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality that suggested he had told this tale many times before. The Brandywine had no bridge. The river ran wild and free, answerable to no one, and the hobbits who had settled upon its western bank looked across to the eastern lands with longing but could find no way to cross. The water was too deep for wading and too swift for swimming, and the few boats that the hobbits managed to construct were crude affairs that often capsized in the treacherous currents. Many lives were lost in those years, brave souls who attempted the crossing and were claimed by the hungry waters, their bodies carried away to the distant sea where even now they are said to wander, searching for the home they never reached. Primrose shuddered at the image, but Willowbald continued without pause, his eyes fixed upon the dark water, as though he could see within it the very scenes he described. There lived in those days a hobbit named Tobold Riverbank, and he was the greatest boat builder the Shire had ever known. His vessels were crafted with such skill that they seemed almost alive, riding the currents as gracefully as swans upon a summer pond. But even Tobold's finest boats could not safely navigate the treacherous stretch of the Brandywine, where it ran deepest and swiftest, the very place where the bridge now stands. He lost 3 of his own sons to those waters, young hobbits in the prime of their lives who ventured out in boats their father had built, never to return. After the 3rd son was taken, Tobold's hair turned white in a single night, and the light went out of his eyes, and he swore that he would find a way to tame the river or die in the attempt. The old hobbit paused to relight his pipe, which had gone out during the telling, and Primrose waited in patient silence, though her heart was racing with anticipation. She could feel the weight of the story pressing upon her, could sense that she was approaching something important, some truth that had been hidden away for generations. Tobold spent many months wandering along the banks of the Brandywine, Willowbald continued, searching for a place where a bridge might be built. But everywhere he looked, the water ran too deep or too swift, the banks too soft or too steep. He despaired of ever finding what he sought, and the grief of his lost sons weighed upon him like a millstone hung about his neck. It was during this time of deepest sorrow that he first encountered the River King. Primrose drew in a sharp breath. She had heard whispers of the River King in the old songs that were sometimes sung at festivals, though most hobbits dismissed such tales as fanciful nonsense. But the way Willowbald spoke the name, with a mixture of reverence and fear, told her that there was more to the legend than mere fancy. The River King, Willowbald said, lowering his voice as though he feared being overheard, was no hobbit, nor was he elf or dwarf or any creature that walks upon the solid earth. He was a spirit of the water itself, older than the mountains and deeper than the sea, and he had ruled the Brandywine since before the first hobbits ever set foot in these lands. Some say he was one of the Maiar, those servants of the Valar who helped shape the world in its beginning. Others claim he was something else entirely, a being born from the primordial waters that covered the earth before the first sunrise. Whatever his origins, he possessed power beyond the understanding of mortal folk, and he was jealous of his domain. The river was his, and he did not take kindly to those who sought to cross it without his blessing. Tobold first saw the River King on a night much like this one, when the moon was hidden behind clouds and the stars seemed very far away. He was sitting upon the bank weeping for his sons when the water before him began to churn and bubble. From the depths rose a figure that made Tobold's blood run cold, a being of impossible beauty and terrible majesty. The River King was tall, far taller than any hobbit, and his form seemed to shift and flow like the water from which he had emerged. His hair was like river weeds, his eyes like deep pools in which strange lights flickered, and his voice when he spoke was the sound of water rushing over stones. "Why do you weep, little one?" the River King asked, and his tone held neither kindness nor cruelty, merely the vast indifference of nature itself. "What troubles bring you to my banks night after night, disturbing the silence with your sorrow?" Tobold, though terrified, found the courage to answer. He told the River King of his sons, of the many hobbits who had perished in the crossing, of his desperate wish to build a bridge that would allow his people to pass safely from one bank to the other. He expected the spirit to be angry, to strike him down for his presumption. But instead the River King merely laughed, a sound like distant waterfalls echoing through mountain valleys. A bridge, the River King mused, and something like curiosity flickered in those depthless eyes. You wish to chain my waters, to bind my freedom with stone and mortar. Tell me, little hobbit, what would you give for such a thing? What price would you pay to see your dream made real? Tobold did not hesitate. Anything, he declared. I would give anything to spare other families the grief I have known. The River King smiled then, and those who have encountered such beings say that there is nothing more terrible than the smile of an immortal spirit who has just been offered a bargain. Very well, said the River King. I will help you build your bridge. I will calm my waters and hold back my currents while you lay your foundations. I will ensure that not a single stone is swept away by flood or storm. But in return you must give me something precious. On the night the bridge is completed, you must bring to me the first living thing that crosses from west to east. Whatever creature first sets foot upon the finished span shall be mine, claimed by the water forever. Willibald fell silent, and Primrose realized that she had been holding her breath. She exhaled slowly, her mind racing with the implications of what she had just heard. Tobold agreed, she said softly. It was not a question. The old hobbit nodded, his face grave in the starlight. Tobold agreed, thinking himself clever. He planned to send a dog or a pig across the bridge first, some animal that could be sacrificed without great sorrow. The River King would have his tribute, and the hobbits would have their bridge. It seemed a fair bargain as such things go. But something went wrong, Primrose said, for she could sense the tragedy that lurked beneath the surface of this tale, could feel it approaching like storm clouds on a summer afternoon. Willibald turned to look at her, and in his eyes she saw the weight of generations of sorrow. The construction of the bridge took 7 years, he said. 7 years of labour, of struggle, of dreams slowly taking shape in stone and mortar. The River King kept his word, calming his waters and protecting the workers from harm. Not a single hobbit was lost during the building, a miracle that only deepened Tobold's faith in the bargainer he had struck. When at last the final stone was laid and the bridge stood complete, Tobold gathered the hobbits together for a great celebration. He had a pig prepared, ready to be driven across the span at the appointed hour. Everything was in order. Everything was as he'd planned. The old hobbit's voice grew heavy with sorrow, but Tobold had forgotten one thing. He had forgotten that he had a granddaughter, a young lass named Lily who was barely 3 years old. And Lily, having heard all the excitement about the new bridge, slipped away from her nurse in the confusion of the celebration. Before anyone realized what was happening, before anyone could stop her, she had toddled out onto the bridge from the western bank, laughing with innocent delight as she took her first steps upon the freshly laid stones. Primrose closed her eyes, already knowing what must come next, her heart aching for a tragedy that had occurred generations before she was born. The silence that followed Willibald's words seemed to stretch into eternity, broken only by the ceaseless murmur of the river flowing past in the darkness. Primrose found that tears had begun to trace their way down her cheeks, though she had not been aware of weeping. The tragedy of the tale pressed upon her heart with a weight that seemed almost physical, and she understood now why the old hobbit had warned her that his stories were not comfortable ones. Tobold saw what was happening, Willibald continued, his voice grown hoarse with the telling. He saw his granddaughter upon the bridge, and he knew in that instant what his cleverness had wrought. He ran faster than he had ever run in his life, faster than any hobbit should be able to run, but he was too late. Before he could reach her, before he could snatch her up and carry her back to safety, Lily had crossed the midpoint of the span. She had gone from west to east, and the bargain was fulfilled. The old hobbit paused, and Primrose saw that his weathered hands were trembling upon his knees. The River King rose from the water at the centre of the bridge, and all the hobbits who witnessed it said afterward that they had never seen anything so terrible or so beautiful. He bent down and lifted little Lily in his arms, and she did not cry or struggle, for his touch had already placed her under an enchantment from which there was no waking. Tobold fell to his knees upon the stones his labour had laid, and he begged the River King for mercy. He offered himself in the child's place. He offered everything he owned, everything he'd ever made, everything he would ever make. But the River King merely shook his head, and when he spoke his voice held something that might almost have been regret. "A bargain is a bargain, little builder," said the River King. You offered me the first living thing to cross, and the first living thing has crossed. I take only what was promised. Be grateful that I am bound by my word, for if I were not, I might claim far more for the insult of chains laid upon my waters." And with those words, the River King stepped off the bridge and sank into the river, taking Lily with him. The waters closed over them without a ripple, and neither was ever seen again in the waking world. Primrose wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, her heart aching with the sorrow of a loss that had occurred long before her birth. "What happened to Tobold?" she asked quietly. Willibald shook his head slowly. Tobold never recovered from that night. He lived for many years afterward, but the light had gone out of him entirely. He never built another boat, never touched another piece of wood with his craftsman's hands. He spent his remaining days sitting upon the bridge he had built, staring down into the water as though hoping to catch a glimpse of his granddaughter in the depths below. Some say that on his deathbed he whispered Lily's name, and those who were with him claimed they heard an answering voice rise up from the river, a child's voice calling for her grandfather. Whether this was truth or merely the fancy of grieving hearts, none can say for certain. The old hobbit fell silent for a long moment, his pipe forgotten in his hands, his eyes fixed upon the dark water that flowed eternally past. "But the story does not end there," he said at last. For the River King, though he had claimed his tribute, was not entirely without feeling. Perhaps he'd grown fond of little Lily in the depths of his underwater realm. Perhaps he felt some measure of guilt for the sorrow his bargain had caused. Whatever his reasons, he made a promise of his own on the night he took her. He swore that as long as the bridge stood, no hobbit who crossed it would ever be harmed by the waters of the Brandywine. The river might flood its banks and sweep away homes and fields, but those who stood upon the bridge would always be safe. It was a small consolation for the price that had been paid, but it was something. Primrose considered this for a moment. "And has the promise held true?" she asked. Willibald nodded. "In all the years since the bridge was built, through floods and storms and every manner of calamity, not a single hobbit has ever been harmed while standing upon that span. The waters may rise and rage, but they never touch the stones of the bridge. Some say this is merely good engineering, that the builders knew what they were about. But we river hobbits know the truth. The bridge is protected by a power older and deeper than any mortal craft." He turned to look at Primrose, and in the starlight his eyes seemed to hold depths that she had not noticed before. "This is why you have come," he said softly. "You have heard the river calling, and you wish to understand what it wants of you. But I must tell you something, young one. Something that the hobbits of Hobbiton and the other comfortable places do not know, or do not wish to remember. The River King is not gone. He still dwells beneath the waters, in a palace of pearl and riverstone that no living eye has ever seen. And Lily is with him still, unchanged by all the years that have passed, forever 3 years old, forever playing in gardens of waterweeds, while fish swim about her like butterflies in a summer meadow." Primrose felt a chill run through her that had nothing to do with the cool night air. "How do you know this?" she whispered. "Because the Rushbottoms have always known," Willibald replied. "We are the keepers of the old bargains, the ones who remember what others have forgotten. Once in every generation, one of our family is called to go down to the river on a certain night, when the moon is full and the mist lies thick upon the water. We go to the place where the current runs deepest, just upstream from the bridge, and we wait. And sometimes, if we're patient and if our hearts are true, we are granted a glimpse of the underwater realm. We see the River King upon his throne of polished stone, and we see little Lily playing at his feet, and we know that the old magic still endures." The old hobbit's voice had grown distant, as though he was speaking of events he had witnessed himself rather than stories passed down through generations. "I have seen her," he said quietly. "Twice in my long life I have been granted the vision. The first time was when I was a young hobbit, not much older than you are now. The second was on the night my own son drowned in the river, swept away by a sudden flood while fishing in waters that he thought he knew. That night I went to the deep place and I waited, and I was shown that my son had been welcomed into the River King's realm, that he had not simply died, but had been transformed, made into something that could dwell forever in the water's embrace." Primrose did not know what to say. The tale had taken on a personal dimension she had not expected, and she could see the old grief etched upon Willibald's features. "Is that meant to be a comfort?" she asked at last. Willibald shrugged, a gesture that conveyed a lifetime of complicated feeling. "It is what it is," he replied. "The river gives and the river takes. Those of us who live beside it must accept both, or we will be destroyed by the contradiction. My son is gone from the world of sun and air, but he is not gone entirely. He exists still, in a place I cannot reach but can sometimes glimpse. Is that comfort? I do not know, but it is better than believing he simply ceased to be." The night had grown late, and Primrose could feel exhaustion pulling at her despite the wonder and sorrow that filled her heart. But she sensed that there was more to come, that the tale Willibald had begun was only the first thread to the larger tapestry. "You said you would tell me why the river has been calling to me," she said. "Does it have something to do with this story?" The old hobbit studied her for a long moment, his eyes searching her face as though looking for something he was not certain he would find. "Perhaps," he said at last. "The river calls to those it has need of, and it has its own reasons for choosing whom it chooses. But before I can tell you more, you must understand the other tales, the stories that came after the building of the bridge. For the bargain with the River King was only the beginning. In the generations that followed, other bargains were struck, other prices were paid, and the relationship between the river hobbits and the spirits of the water grew ever more complex. You cannot understand your own calling until you understand the history that has led to this moment." Primrose nodded, accepting his wisdom. "Then tell me," she said. "Tell me everything." Willibald rose slowly from his chair, his old bones creaking with the effort, and gestured for Primrose to follow him. They walked along the weathered dock toward the hobbit hole that had been carved into the riverbank, its round green door barely visible in the darkness save for the warm glow of lamplight that spilled through its windows. The interior was unlike any hobbit dwelling Primrose had ever seen, for while it possessed the comfortable roundness and earthen warmth common to all such homes, its walls were adorned with objects that spoke of the river's influence. Nets hung from hooks beside the fireplace, their meshes so fine they might have been woven from spider silk. Shells of every size and colour lined the mantelpiece, some of them bearing patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. And everywhere there were carvings of water creatures, fish and otters and strange beings that Primrose could not identify, their forms rendered with such skill that they seemed almost alive in the flickering lamplight. "Sit by the fire," Willibald said, lowering himself into a chair that had been worn smooth by generations of use. "The night grows cold, and the tales I have yet to tell are long ones." Primrose settled into a chair opposite him, grateful for the warmth that radiated from the hearth. A kettle hung over the flames, and without being asked she poured tea for both of them, finding the cups and pot arranged on a small table, as though the old hobbit had been expecting company. The tea was unlike any she'd tasted before, flavoured with herbs that grew only along the riverbank, and it seemed to clear her mind and sharpen her senses even as it warmed her body. "The second tale I must tell you," Willibald began, "concerns a hobbit named Marigold Took, who lived some 5 generations after the building of the bridge. In those days, the memory of Tobold's bargain had faded somewhat, becoming more legend than history in the minds of most folk. The hobbits had grown comfortable with the bridge and the protection it offered, and they had begun to forget the price that had been paid for that protection. But the River King had not forgotten, and there came a time when he grew restless in his underwater realm. The old hobbit sipped his tea, his eyes growing distant as he reached back into the storehouse of memory. Marigold was what some might call a dreamer, and others might call a fool. She spent her days wandering along the riverbank, collecting pretty stones and unusual shells, speaking to the water as though it could hear her. The other hobbits thought her touched in the head, and they avoided her company whenever possible. But Marigold did not mind their scorn, for she had a secret that she shared with no one. She could hear the river speaking, truly speaking in words that formed themselves in her mind, like ripples spreading across still water. And what the river told her filled her heart with wonder, and her nights with dreams of impossible beauty. Primrose leaned forward, recognizing something of herself in this description. She too had been thought strange by her family, had spent hours listening to the distant sound of water in her imagination, had felt the pull of something she could not name drawing her toward the east. One summer evening, Willibald continued, Marigold was walking along the bank near the deep pool upstream from the bridge, when she saw something that made her stop and stare. A young hobbit lad was playing in the shallows, splashing and laughing as children do, heedless of the danger that lurked in the deeper waters beyond. Marigold knew this stretch of river well, knew that the shallows gave way suddenly to a drop-off where the current ran swift and treacherous. She opened her mouth to call out a warning, but before she could speak, the boy lost his footing and tumbled into the deep water. Without thinking, Marigold plunged in after him. She was not a strong swimmer, for few hobbits are, but something seemed to guide her strokes, to buoy her up when she should have sunk, to push her toward the struggling child. She reached him just as his head disappeared beneath the surface, grabbed hold of his collar, and somehow, impossibly, managed to drag him back to the shallows where she could stand. The old hobbit paused, and Primrose saw that his hands had tightened upon his teacup. When Marigold looked up from the rescued boy, she found that she was no longer alone upon the bank. A figure stood there, tall and flowing, his form seeming to shift between solid flesh and liquid water, even as she watched. It was the River King, and his depthless eyes were fixed upon her with an intensity that made her tremble. "You have taken something from me," said the River King, and his voice was the sound of water rushing over stones in the darkness. "That boy was mine by right. He entered my deep waters, and those who enter my deep waters belong to me." Marigold, though terrified, found the courage to stand her ground. She placed herself between the River King and the shivering child, her small form seeming pitifully inadequate against the ancient power that confronted her. "He's just a child," she said. "He did not know the danger. Surely you cannot mean to take him for so small a trespass." The River King tilted his head, and something that might have been curiosity flickered in those strange eyes. "A bargain is a bargain," he said, echoing the words he had spoken to Tobold so many years before. "But I am not without mercy, little one. I will offer you a choice. Give me the boy, as is my right, or take his place yourself. Enter my waters willingly, and he may go free. Those are your options. There is no third path." Primrose drew in a sharp breath. She knew, with a certainty that surprised her, what Marigold must have chosen. It was what she herself would have chosen, what any hobbit with a true heart would have chosen. Marigold did not hesitate, Willibald confirmed. She bent down and whispered something to the boy, something that made him nod and turn and run toward the distant lights of the village. Then she straightened, faced the River King, and walked into the water. The old hobbit's voice had grown thick with emotion, and Primrose saw tears glistening in his ancient eyes. "But here is where the tale takes an unexpected turn," he continued, for as Marigold waded deeper, as the water rose to her waist and then her chest and then her chin, something strange began to happen. The River King watched her approach with an expression that no hobbit had ever seen upon his face before. It was wonder, pure and simple, the wonder of an immortal being confronted with something it had not expected. When Marigold reached the place where the water would close over her head, she did not struggle or cry out. She simply closed her eyes and let the river take her. But instead of drowning, instead of being dragged down to the underwater realm as Lily had been, she found herself floating, suspended in the water as though she weighed nothing at all. And the River King reached out his hand not to claim her, but to steady her, to hold her in a gesture that was almost tender. "Why?" Marigold asked, surprised to find that she could speak and breathe beneath the water as easily as in the air above. "Because you gave yourself freely," the River King replied. "Because you chose sacrifice over self-preservation, love over fear. Such gifts are rare in this world, little one, and they cannot be simply taken and consumed. They must be honoured." He led her then, down through the deepening water, through curtains of riverweed and schools of silverfish, to the palace that lay at the bottom of the Brandywine. And there, for the first time, a mortal hobbit looked upon the wonders of the underwater realm while still drawing breath, while still possessing the warmth of life in her veins. Willibald set down his teacup and fixed Primrose with a gaze that seemed to pierce through to her very soul. Marigold remained in the River King's palace for 7 years, he said. She learned the secrets of the water, the language of fish and the songs of the current. She played with little Lily in the gardens of Pearl and became a companion to the River King himself. And when at last she returned to the surface world, she was changed. She had become the first of the river speakers, hobbits who could communicate with the spirits of the water and serve as intermediaries between the two realms. The old hobbit leaned forward, and his voice dropped to barely more than a whisper. "You," Primrose Goodbody, are descended from Marigold Took. Her blood runs in your veins, and her gift has awakened within you. That is why the river calls to you. That is why you have come." Primrose sat in stunned silence, the teacup forgotten in her hands as the weight of Willibald's revelation settled upon her shoulders. She had come to the river seeking answers, hoping to understand the strange longing that had haunted her since childhood. But she had not expected this. To learn that she was descended from a hobbit who had walked in the underwater realm, who had spoken with the River King himself, and returned bearing gifts that had been passed down through generations, was almost more than her mind could comprehend. "But how?" she managed at last, her voice barely more than a whisper. "How can I be descended from Marigold Took? My family are Goodbodies, respectable folk from Hobbiton who have never had anything to do with the river or its mysteries." Willibald smiled, a knowing expression that suggested he had expected this question. "The ways of blood and lineage are more complicated than most hobbits realise," he said. Marigold returned to the surface world after her 7 years in the underwater realm, but she did not return to the life she had known before. She'd been changed too deeply for that. Instead, she wandered the Shire for many years, never settling in one place for long, always drawn back to the rivers and streams that wound through the land. Along the way, she had children, though she never married in the traditional sense. Her descendants scattered across the Shire, some knowing their heritage and some remaining ignorant of it, the gift lying dormant within them until circumstances awakened it. The old hobbit rose and crossed to a shelf where a large leather-bound book lay covered in a thin layer of dust. He carried it back to his chair and opened it carefully, revealing pages covered in spidery handwriting and elaborate family trees. "The Rushbottoms have kept records of Marigold's descendants for generations," he explained, tracing his finger along the branching lines of ancestry. "It is one of our duties, to watch for those in whom the gift might awaken and to guide them when it does. Your great-grandmother on your mother's side was a Brandybuck before she married, and the Brandybucks carry Marigold's blood more strongly than most. The gift skipped your grandmother and your mother, but in you it has awakened with a strength I have rarely seen." Primrose looked down at the page he indicated, seeing her own name written at the bottom of a long chain of names that stretched back through the centuries to a single source. "Marigold Took, River Speaker. What does it mean?" she asked, looking up to meet the old hobbit's eyes. "What am I supposed to do with this gift?" Willibald closed the book and set it aside, his expression growing grave. "That is not for me to say," he replied. "The gift manifests differently in each one who carries it. Some become healers, using the water's power to cure ailments that no other medicine can touch. Some become seers, reading the future in the patterns of ripples and currents. Some become guardians, protecting the river and its creatures from those who would do them harm. And some," he paused, his eyes searching her face, "some are called to go down into the water itself, to renew the ancient bargains and ensure that the relationship between hobbits and the River King endures." A chill ran through Primrose despite the warmth of the fire. The thought of descending into those dark waters, of facing the ancient power that dwelt beneath the surface, filled her with a fear that seemed to reach down to the very roots of her being. "You said the River King is not gone," she said slowly, "that he still dwells beneath the Brandywine in his palace of pearl and stone. Does he still demand tribute? Does he still claim those who enter his waters?" Willibald was silent for a long moment, and when he spoke his voice was heavy with the weight of things he would rather not say. "The old bargains have grown complicated over the years," he admitted. "After Marigold's sacrifice, the River King became more lenient, more willing to spare those who entered his waters by accident or ignorance. But his patience is not infinite, and his memory is long. There are still prices to be paid, still debts that come due when least expected." And lately he paused, his face darkening with worry. "What?" Primrose pressed. "What has happened lately?" The old hobbit rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the darkness where the river flowed past unseen. "There have been signs," he said quietly. "Strange currents in places where the water has always run smooth. Fish swimming in patterns that speak of agitation and fear. And the dreams that come to those of us who can hear the river's voice. They have grown troubled, filled with images of darkness and disruption. Something is stirring in the depths, something that has not stirred for many generations." He turned back to face her, and in his eyes she saw a fear that matched her own. "I believe the River King is preparing to call in an old debt," he said. "A debt that has been owed since the building of the bridge, one that was deferred but never truly paid. And I believe that you, Primrose Goodbody, have been awakened at this moment for a reason. The river has chosen you to be its messenger, perhaps even its champion, in whatever trial is to come." Primrose felt the blood drain from her face. She had come seeking understanding, seeking connection to something larger than her ordinary life, but she had not bargained for this. She was no hero, no great adventurer. She was simply a hobbit girl who had dreamed of water and followed those dreams to their source. "I do not know if I am strong enough," she whispered. "I do not know if I have the courage for such a task." Willibald crossed the room and knelt before her, taking her hands in his weathered grip. "None of us know our strength until it is tested," he said gently. Marigold did not know she had the courage to sacrifice herself until the moment came. Tobold did not know the depths of his grief until he lost those he loved. The river does not call to those who are already perfect. It calls to those who have the potential to become what is needed. He squeezed her hands, and she felt strength flowing into her from his touch, the strength of generations of river hobbits who had faced the waters and survived. "Tomorrow," he continued, "I will take you to the deep pool upstream from the bridge. It is the place where Marigold first encountered the River King, and it is the place where those of us who carry her gift go to commune with the spirits of the water. There, if you're willing, you will learn what the river truly wants of you. But tonight, you must rest. The journey ahead will require all the strength you possess." Primrose nodded slowly, feeling the exhaustion of her long journey finally catching up with her. Willibald led her to a small guest room at the back of the Hobbit hole, a cosy space with a round window that looked out upon the river. As she lay down upon the soft bed, she could hear the water flowing past outside, its voice seeming to whisper words that were almost comprehensible, almost within her grasp. She dreamed that night, as she had dreamed so many nights before, of water. But this time the dreams were different. Instead of vague impressions and distant sounds, she saw with clarity she had never before experienced. She saw the underwater palace, its walls gleaming with mother of pearl, its corridors filled with light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. She saw little Lily playing in gardens of waving waterweeds, her laughter rising in bubbles toward the distant surface. She saw the River King upon his throne, his ancient eyes fixed upon something that she could not see, his expression troubled in a way that made her heart clench with sudden fear. And then the River King turned, and his gaze found her across the vast distance that separated the waking world from the realm of dreams. He looked at her for a long moment, and then he spoke, his voice reaching her as clearly as if he stood beside her bed. "You have come at last," he said. "I have been waiting for you, daughter of Marigold. The time grows short, and there is much to be done." Primrose awoke with the dawn, the River King's words still echoing in her mind, and knew that her life would never be the same. The morning mist lay thick upon the river as Primrose emerged from the Hobbit hole, wrapping her cloak tightly against the chill that rose from the water. Willibald was already waiting for her on the dock, his figure barely visible through the grey veil that hung over everything, transforming the familiar world into something strange and otherworldly. The sun had not yet crested the eastern hills, and the light that filtered through the mist was pale and silvery, lending an ethereal quality to the scene that made Primrose feel as though she had already stepped partway into another realm. "You dreamed of him," Willibald said as she approached. It was not a question. Primrose nodded, not trusting her voice to remain steady. The memory of the River King's gaze still lingered in her mind, those ancient eyes that had seen the world shaped and reshaped through countless ages, that had watched generation after generation of hobbits live and die upon his banks. "He spoke to me," she said at last. "He said he had been waiting for me, that the time grows short." Willibald's face grew grave, the lines of worry deepening around his eyes. "Then we must not delay," he said. "Come. The path to the deep pool is not long, but it requires care. The mist can be deceiving, and the ground near the water is treacherous for those who do not know it well." They set off along the riverbank, following a path that Primrose would never have found on her own. It wound between ancient willows whose trailing branches brushed the surface of the water, like fingers seeking to touch their own reflections. The mist muffled all sound save for the ever-present voice of the river, which seemed to grow louder and more insistent as they walked, as though it knew she was coming and was eager to greet her. Here and there, Primrose glimpsed shapes moving in the water beside them, dark forms that might have been large fish or might have been something else entirely, something that watched their progress with keen interest. The Brandywine has many tributaries, Willibald explained as they walked, his voice low as though he feared being overheard. Most hobbits know only the main channel, the broad stretch of water that flows past Bucklebury and beneath the bridge. But there are other waters, hidden streams and underground channels that connect to places no mortal foot has ever trod. The deep pool we seek is one such place, a point where the boundary between our world and the River King's realm grows thin. They had been walking for perhaps half an hour when the path began to descend, leading them down a gentle slope toward a place where the mist seemed to gather with particular density. The willows here were older than any Primrose had ever seen, their trunks gnarled and twisted by centuries of growth, their roots extending into the water like the legs of great spiders. And there, nestled among these ancient trees, lay the deep pool. It was not large, perhaps 30 paces across at its widest point, but Primrose could sense immediately that it was old, far older than the trees that surrounded it, older perhaps than the Shire itself. The water was perfectly still, its surface like a mirror of dark glass that reflected nothing, not the trees, not the sky, not even the pale glow of the rising sun that was beginning to burn through the mist. Looking into it was like looking into a void, a window into some other place where the normal rules of the world did not apply. "This is the place," Willibald said, his voice hushed with reverence. "This is where Marigold first met the River King, where she offered herself in the boy's place and was taken down into the depths, and this is where you must go if you're to learn what the river truly wants of you." Primrose approached the edge of the pool, her heart pounding in her chest like a drum. The water seemed to call to her, pulling at something deep within her soul, and she understood now why she dreamed of water all her life. It had been calling to her even then, waiting for the day when she would finally answer. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Willibald came to stand beside her, placing a steadying hand upon her shoulder. "You must enter the water," he said. "Wade out until you can no longer touch the bottom, and then let yourself sink. Do not struggle. Do not fight. Simply let the water take you where it will. If you are truly called, if the gift within you is as strong as I believe it to be, the River King will receive you. If not," he paused, and Primrose heard the fear in his voice. "If not, I will pull you back before you drown. I have done it before, for others who came seeking the gift and found themselves wanting." Primrose looked at the dark water, feeling the cold that radiated from its surface even from where she stood. Every instinct screamed at her to turn back, to return to the comfortable life she'd known in Hobbiton, to forget the dreams and the longing and the strange calling that had brought her to this place. But she knew, with a certainty that went beyond reason, that she could not go back. She'd come too far, learned too much, felt the river's touch upon her soul too deeply to simply walk away. She removed her cloak and her outer garments, folding them neatly upon a flat stone beside the pool. Then, dressed only in her simple shift, she stepped into the water. The cold was shocking, far more intense than she had expected, and she gasped as it closed around her ankles like icy fingers. Each step took her deeper, the water rising to her knees, her waist, her chest, until at last she stood with only her head above the surface, her feet barely brushing the muddy bottom. The mist had closed in around her, cutting her off from the shore, from Willibald, from everything she'd ever known. She was alone with the water and the silence and the beating of her own terrified heart. Then she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and let herself sink. The sensation of falling through water was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. It should have been cold, should have been dark, should have been terrifying, but instead it felt almost peaceful, like sinking into a warm bath or falling into a deep and dreamless sleep. She felt the pressure of the water around her, pressing in from all sides, but it was not crushing or painful. It was almost comforting, like being held in a gentle embrace. She did not know how long she fell, whether it was seconds or hours or some span of time that had no meaning in the underwater realm. But at last, the falling sensation ceased, and she found herself standing on solid ground in a place of impossible beauty. The underwater palace stretched before her, just as she had seen it in her dreams, its walls gleaming with mother of pearl, its corridors lit by a soft luminescence that seemed to emanate from the water itself. Schools of fish swam past her in formation, their scales flashing with colours she had no names for, and she realised with wonder that she was breathing, actually breathing, as easily as she had ever breathed the air above. "Welcome, daughter of Marigold." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through the water like the deep tones of a bell. Primrose turned, and there before her stood the River King in all his terrible majesty. He was taller than any being she had ever seen, his form shifting between solid and liquid with each passing moment, his hair floating around his head like a crown of river weeds, his eyes holding depths that seemed to contain the entire history of the world. She tried to speak, to acknowledge his greeting, but no words came. She could only stare, transfixed by the ancient power that stood before her. "You need not speak," the River King said, and something that might have been kindness flickered in those depthless eyes. "I know why you have come. I called you here after all, though you did not know it. The dreams, the longing, the voice that has whispered to you since childhood, all of these were my doing. I have been searching for one such as you for many years, one who carries Marigold's gift but has not yet been shaped by the river's demands, one who is still free to make a choice." He moved closer, and Primrose felt the current of his passage wash over her like a tide. "There is a darkness coming," he said, and his voice had grown heavy with sorrow. "A darkness that threatens not only my realm but yours as well. The old bargains are weakening, the bonds that have held for centuries are beginning to fray, and there is a price that must be paid if they are to be renewed." Primrose felt the weight of the River King's words settle upon her like stones placed one by one upon her chest. She understood now why the dreams had grown more urgent in recent months, why the calling had become impossible to ignore. She had been summoned to this place not merely to learn about her heritage, but to play a role in something far larger than herself, something that touched upon the very foundations of the world she knew. "What darkness?" she asked, finding her voice at last, the words forming in the water and floating toward the River King like bubbles rising to the surface. "What threatens your realm?" The River King turned and gestured for her to follow, his movements creating currents that swirled around her like gentle hands guiding her forward. They moved through corridors of coral and pearl, past chambers where strange creatures dwelt in pools of their own, creatures that raised their heads to watch as Primrose passed, their eyes holding ancient wisdom and curiosity in equal measure. At last they came to a great hall, vaster than any space Primrose had ever imagined, its ceiling lost in the blue-green shadows above. At the centre of the hall stood a pedestal of black stone, and upon the pedestal rested a sphere of crystal that pulsed with a soft, steady light. But as Primrose drew closer, she saw that the light was not uniform. Dark threads wound through it like cracks in ice, and where the darkness touched, the light flickered and dimmed. "This is the heart of the waters," the River King explained, his voice heavy with grief. "It has beaten at the centre of my realm since before the sun first rose over Middle-earth, since before the first rivers carved their paths through the virgin stone. It is the source of my power, the wellspring from which all the waters of this land flow, and it is dying." Primrose stared at the crystal, watching the dark threads pulse and spread with each beat of the ancient heart. She could feel the wrongness of it, a discordance that set her teeth on edge and made her soul ache with sympathetic pain. "How?" she whispered. "What has caused this?" The River King was silent for a long moment, his shifting form growing still in a way that seemed unnatural for a being of water. "It began with the bridge," he said at last. "When Tobold Riverbank built his great crossing, he did more than simply span my waters. He drove stakes of iron and stone into my bed, anchoring his creation to the very bones of the earth. I accepted this violation because of the bargain we struck, because the tribute of little Lily gave me power enough to endure the chains he had placed upon me. But the bridge was only the beginning." He moved closer to the crystal, and Primrose saw that his hands were trembling. though whether with rage or sorrow she could not tell. In the centuries since, your people have done much more. You have dammed my tributaries, diverting their waters to serve your fields and mills. You have dumped your refuse into my currents, poisoning the fish and fouling the weeds. You have built more bridges, more docks, more structures that pierce my waters without asking leave or offering tribute. Each violation was small, too small to warrant response, but together they have accumulated into a wound that will not heal. He turned to face her, and in his eyes she saw fury that made her blood run cold. Your people have taken and given nothing in return, he said. The old bargains specified what was owed for the first bridge, but they said nothing of what would come after. I was patient, I was merciful. I allowed transgression after transgression to pass without claiming my due. And now, because of my forbearance, I am dying. Primrose felt shame wash over her. Shame for her people and their thoughtless violations. Shame for the comfortable lives they had built upon the suffering of the ancient spirit before her. She understood now why the River King had seemed troubled in her dreams, why his gaze had held such sorrow when it found her across the distance between worlds. "Is there nothing that can be done?" she asked, her voice trembling with emotion. "Is there no way to heal the heart of the waters?" The River King studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "There is one way," he said slowly, "but the price is steep, and I do not know if your people will be willing to pay it." "Tell me," Primrose said. "Whatever it is, I will carry your words back to the Shire. I will make them understand." The River King moved to an alcove at the side of the great hall, where a pool of water shimmered with its own inner light. He gestured for Primrose to look within, and as she did, images began to form upon the surface, images of the Shire as she'd never seen it before. She saw the Brandywine flowing strong and clean through lands that were green and wild, lands where hobbits had not yet come to settle. She saw the first boats venturing onto the water, the first poles sunk into the riverbed to mark fishing grounds, the first tentative interactions between her people and the spirits that dwelt beneath the surface. And she saw how, over generations, the balance had slowly shifted, how the hobbits had taken more and more while giving less and less, until the relationship that had once been one of mutual respect had become one of exploitation. "What you see is the history of our dealings," the River King said. "In the beginning there was balance. Your people asked before they took, offered tribute before they built, honoured the waters that sustained them. But as the years passed, you forgot. You came to see the river as merely a resource to be used, not a living spirit to be respected." The images shifted, showing now the dams and mills that dotted the landscape, the refuse that clouded the waters, the bridges that spanned the current without offering any acknowledgement of what they violated. "To heal the heart of the waters," the River King continued, "this balance must be restored. Not all at once, for that would be too much to ask of your people, but a beginning must be made, a gesture of good faith that demonstrates your willingness to honour the old ways once more." "What gesture?" Primrose asked, her eyes still fixed upon the pool and its troubling visions. The River King's voice grew solemn. "There is a dam upon the Shireborn, one of my tributaries that flows down from the Green Hills. It was built 3 generations ago by hobbits who wished to create a pond for their own pleasure. But the dam has blocked the fish from reaching their spawning grounds, has prevented the waters from flowing as they should. If this dam were removed, if the Shireborn were allowed to run free once more, it would demonstrate that your people understand what has been lost." Primrose nodded slowly. It seemed a reasonable request, a small sacrifice compared to the enormity of what was at stake. "But the dam is only the beginning," the River King added. "For the heart of the waters to fully heal, a new bargain must be struck, one that will bind your people to proper stewardship of my realm for generations to come. And such bargains require sacrifice." Primrose felt a chill run through her despite the warmth of the water that surrounded her. "What kind of sacrifice?" she asked, fearing the answer. The River King's eyes held hers, and in their depth she saw an ancient sadness that transcended mortal understanding. "When the first bridge was built, I claimed a child as tribute," he said. "It was a harsh bargain, but it was necessary to seal the compact between your people and mine. Now, a new compact must be forged, and a new tribute must be paid. But I've learned from the suffering that bargain caused. I do not ask for a child. I ask instead for something that will cost your people dearly, but will not condemn an innocent soul to dwell forever in my realm." He raised his hand, and the images in the pool shifted once more, showing now a great celebration taking place upon the Brandywine Bridge. Hobbits of all ages gathered to mark some significant occasion. "I ask for memory," he said. "The memory of why the waters must be respected, of what happens when the old bargains are forgotten. This memory must be preserved and passed down through your generations, never to be lost again. And to ensure this, one of your kind must serve as its keeper, dwelling at the boundary between your world and mine, speaking for the waters to those who would forget." Primrose understood now what the River King was asking, understood it with a clarity that seemed to pierce through to the very centre of her being. He was not demanding that she drown as Lily had drowned, not requiring that she abandon her life in the world above for all eternity. But he was asking her to give up the ordinary existence she had known, to become something more than a simple hobbit girl from Hobbiton, to take upon herself a responsibility that would shape the rest of her days. "You wish me to be this keeper," she said, and the words felt heavy upon her tongue. The River King inclined his head, his flowing hair swirling around him like a living crown. "You carry Marigold's gift more strongly than any I have seen in many generations," he replied. "You can walk between the worlds, can breathe the water as easily as the air, can hear the voice of the river when it speaks. These abilities make you suited for the task in a way that few others could ever be. But I will not compel you. The choice must be yours, freely made, or the bargain will have no power." Primrose turned away from the River King, her thoughts swirling like the currents that eddied through the great hall. She thought of her family back in Hobbiton, of her mother who had never understood her strange fancies, of her father who had looked at her with worried eyes whenever she spoke of the dreams that haunted her nights. She thought of the life she had expected to live, a life of quiet contentment in a comfortable hobbit hole, perhaps with a husband and children of her own someday, growing old in the gentle rhythms of the Shire. But she also thought of what Willowbald had told her, of the generations of river hobbits who had kept faith with the waters when others had forgotten, of Marigold who had given herself freely to save a child she did not even know. She thought of the darkness spreading through the heart of the waters, of the dying light and the growing shadows, of what would happen to the Shire if the Brandywine itself were to fail. "If I refuse," she asked quietly, "what then?" The River King's expression grew sorrowful. "Then I will continue to fade," he said. "The heart of the waters will darken further, and in time it will fail entirely. When that happens, the Brandywine will cease to flow. Your fields will wither, your wells will run dry, and the land that has sustained your people for generations will become a barren wasteland. It will not happen quickly, perhaps not even within your lifetime, but it will happen. And your children, or your children's children, will inherit a Shire that is dying because their ancestors would not pay the price of preservation." Primrose closed her eyes, feeling the weight of futures pressing upon her from all sides. She understood now why the river had called to her so insistently, why the dreams had grown more urgent with each passing year. It had not been mere fancy or the stirring of dormant blood. It had been a summons, a desperate plea from an ancient power that had watched over her people for ages beyond counting, and now needed their help in return. She thought of little Lily, still playing in the underwater gardens after all these centuries, and wondered if the child ever missed the world above, ever longed for the sunlight and the wind and the simple pleasures of hobbit life. But then she remembered what Willowbald had said, that those taken by the river were not simply dead, but transformed, made into something that could exist in both realms, belonging fully to neither but serving as a bridge between them. Was that not what she'd always felt herself to be? A creature caught between worlds, never quite at home in the comfortable burrows of Hobbiton, always yearning for something she could not name. Perhaps this was not a sacrifice at all, but a homecoming, a chance to finally become what she had always been meant to be. She turned back to face the River King, and when she spoke, her voice was steady. "Tell me more about what this keeping would involve," she said. "What would my duties be? Where would I live? Would I never see the world above again?" The River King's expression softened, and something like hope flickered in his ancient eyes. "You would dwell at the boundary between realms," he explained, "in a place that exists partly in your world and partly in mine. There is a small island in the middle of the Brandywine, just upstream from the Great Bridge, that has served as such a boundary point since before the first hobbits came to these lands, A hobbit hole could be built there, a dwelling that would be your home, but also a meeting place where those who wish to speak with the waters might come. He gestured, and the images in the pool shifted to show the island he described. It was small but beautiful, covered with willows and wildflowers, its shores lapped by gentle currents that seemed to sing as they passed. Your duty would be to maintain the memory of the old bargains, he continued, to teach each generation of hobbits why the waters must be respected, to speak on my behalf when your people propose new violations, to serve as an intermediary between two realms that have grown too distant from one another. You would not be cut off from the world above. You would walk among your people, eat their food, share their celebrations, but you would always carry the awareness of the waters within you, always hear my voice when I have need to speak. Primrose studied the island, seeing in its gentle beauty a possibility she'd never before imagined. It was not the life she'd expected, but then again, nothing about her journey to this place had been expected. She had followed the river's call without knowing where it would lead, and it had brought her here, to this moment of decision that would shape not only her own future, but the future of all the hobbits of the Shire. And the dam on the Shireborn, she said, that must be removed as well? Yes, the River King confirmed. The dam is a symbol of what has gone wrong between our peoples, a monument to your disregard for the proper flow of things. Its removal would demonstrate that you are willing to undo the damage that has been done, to let the waters run free once more. This, combined with your service as keeper, would be enough to begin healing the heart of the waters. Primrose took a deep breath, feeling the water flow through her lungs in a way that still seemed miraculous, despite everything she had experienced. I will need to return to the surface, she said. I must speak with Willowbald, must learn more about what this duty will entail, and I must carry your message to the hobbits who built the dam, must convince them that its removal is necessary. The River King nodded, and for the first time since she had entered his realm, something like a smile crossed his shifting features. That is wise, he said. Such decisions should not be made hastily, and you will need allies in the world above if you are to accomplish what must be done. Go, speak with the old Rushbottom, learn what you can of the duties that await you, and when you are ready, return to me here. The deep pool will always be open to you now. You have drunk of my waters and breathed my air. You are part of my realm, whether you choose to serve as keeper or not. He raised his hand, and Primrose felt the currents beginning to shift around her, lifting her gently upward toward the distant surface. But do not delay too long, the River King added, his voice growing distant as she rose. The darkness spreads with each passing day, and there are limits to how long even an ancient power can endure. If the new bargain is not struck before the next full moon, it may be too late. Primrose wanted to ask more, wanted to understand exactly what would happen if she failed, but the currents were carrying her upward with increasing speed, and the River King's form was dwindling below her, becoming lost in the blue-green depths of his palace. She broke the surface of the deep pool with a gasp, the morning air rushing into her lungs with a shock that made her realize how long she had been below. The mist had lifted while she was in the underwater realm, and bright sunlight now streamed through the willows, casting dancing patterns upon the water. Willowbald was standing at the edge of the pool, his face etched with worry, and when he saw her emerge, the relief that flooded his features was almost painful to behold. You were gone for hours, he said, reaching out to help her to the shore. I feared I had lost you. Primrose let him pull her from the water, feeling the weight of her wet garments and the cool breeze upon her skin. She was back in the world above, back among the living, but she knew that a part of her would always remain in the depths, would always hear the voice of the River King calling to her across the boundary between realms. I have much to tell you, she said. They sat together on the bank of the deep pool as the sun climbed higher in the sky, and Primrose recounted everything she'd seen and heard in the underwater realm. She told Willowbald of the heart of the waters and the darkness that was spreading through it, of the River King's grief and anger at the centuries of violation his realm had suffered, of the bargain that must be struck if the Brandywine was to be saved. The old hobbit listened without interruption, his weathered face growing more grave with each revelation, his hands clasped tightly in his lap as though to keep them from trembling. When at last she finished, a heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the distant calls of birds in the willows. I had feared it was something like this, Willowbald said at last, his voice rough with emotion. The signs have been growing clearer for years now, though I tried to convince myself that I was merely seeing shadows where none existed. The fish runs have diminished, the water levels have dropped even in seasons of plenty, and the voice of the river, when it speaks to those of us who can hear it, has grown faint and strained, like the voice of one who is slowly being strangled. He turned to look at her, and in his ancient eyes she saw a mixture of hope and sorrow that made her heart ache. "You have been given a great responsibility, young one," he said, "greater than any that has been placed upon the shoulders of a river hobbit in many generations. Are you certain you are ready to bear it?" Primrose considered the question carefully. She thought of all she would be giving up, the ordinary life she had expected to live, the family she would see less often, the simple pleasures of a hobbit existence unburdened by ancient duties. But she also thought of what she would be gaining, a purpose that gave meaning to the strange gifts she had carried all her life, a connection to something vast and ancient and beautiful, a chance to make a difference that would ripple through generations yet unborn. "I do not know if I'm ready," she admitted honestly, "but I know that I cannot turn away. The river called to me for a reason, and I must answer that call, whatever the cost." Willibald nodded slowly, a sad smile crossing his features. "That is the only answer that matters," he said. "None of us are ever truly ready for the tasks that fate places before us. We can only do our best and trust that our best will be enough." He rose to his feet, extending a hand to help her up. "But before you can take up your duties as keeper, there is the matter of the dam to be addressed. The hobbits who built it will not give it up easily. They have grown accustomed to the pond it created, have built their lives around its placid waters. Convincing them to let it go will require more than simply telling them what the River King demands." Primrose brushed the leaves and dirt from her still damp clothing, her mind already turning to the challenge ahead. "Who built the dam?" she asked. "Where can I find them?" Willibald's expression darkened. "The dam was built by the Burrows family of stock," he replied. "Old Hamfast Burrows was the one who first conceived of the project, and his descendants have maintained it ever since. They use the pond for fishing and swimming, and they claim it has made their lands more valuable. They will not be pleased to hear that it must come down." "Then I must make them understand what is at stake," Primrose said, squaring her shoulders with determination. "Will you come with me?" The old hobbit shook his head. "My place is here, by the river," he said. "I'm too old for journeys and too set in my ways to be much use in debates with stubborn hobbits. But I will give you something that may help." He led her back to his hobbit hole, where he rummaged through a chest of ancient belongings until he produced a small leather pouch. Within it was a stone, smooth and round, its surface covered with markings that seemed to shimmer and shift when Primrose looked at them closely. "This is a speaking stone," Willibald explained. "It was given to my grandfather by the River King himself, many years ago. When held by one who carries the gift, it allows the voice of the waters to be heard by those who would otherwise be deaf to it. If you can make the Burrows family hear what the river has to say, perhaps they will understand why the dam must go." Primrose took the stone, feeling its weight in her palm, sensing the subtle vibration of power that emanated from its core. It was warm to the touch, like a living thing, and she could feel the river's presence within it, patient and ancient and filled with a longing that matched her own. "Thank you," she said, tucking the stone carefully into her pocket. "I will use it wisely." She set out that very afternoon, following the paths that led southward towards Stock and the valley of the Shireborn. The journey took the better part of 2 days, and during that time she rehearsed what she would say, practiced the arguments she would make, tried to anticipate the objections she would face. But no amount of preparation could fully ready her for the reception she received when she finally arrived at the Burrows' homestead. The family patriarch, a stout hobbit named Fosco Burrows, listened to her with an expression that shifted from curiosity to skepticism to outright hostility as she explained her purpose. "You want us to tear down our dam," he said when she'd finished, his voice dripping with disbelief. "A dam that my grandfather built with his own hands, that has provided our family with fish and water and recreation for 3 generations. And you expect us to do this because some stranger from Hobbiton claims to have spoken with the River's King?" His sons and nephews gathered behind him, muttered in agreement, their faces hard with suspicion. "I know it sounds strange," Primrose admitted, struggling to keep her voice calm, "but what I tell you is the truth. The waters are dying, and if the old bargains are not renewed, all the Shire will suffer. Your pond may give you pleasure now, but what good will it do you when the Brandywine itself runs dry?" Fosco snorted with derision. "The Brandywine has been flowing since before our ancestors came to these lands," he said. "It will continue flowing long after we're gone. I will not destroy my family's legacy based on the ravings of a girl who claims to hear voices in the water." Primrose felt frustration welling up within her, but she forced herself to remain composed. She reached into her pocket and drew out the speaking stone, feeling its warmth pulse against her fingers. "Then perhaps you will believe the river itself," she said, and she raised the stone before her, focusing her will upon it as Willowbald had instructed. At first nothing happened, and she saw the contempt deepening in Fosco's eyes. But then the stone began to glow, its markings shimmering with an inner light, and a sound began to emanate from it, a sound like water rushing over stones, like rain falling upon still pools, like the eternal murmur of currents finding their way to the sea. And within that sound there were words. They were not words in any language the hobbits of Stock had ever heard, yet somehow they understood them, felt them resonating in the depths of their hearts where the oldest memories dwelt. The voice spoke of pain and patience, of ancient bargains made and broken, of a love for the land and its people that had endured through ages beyond counting. It spoke of the dam that had choked the Shireborn, of the fish that could no longer reach their spawning grounds, of the waters that had grown stagnant and sick where once they had flowed clean and free. And it spoke of what would come if the damage was not undone, of rivers running dry and fields turning to dust, of a future in which the Shire became a wasteland haunted by the ghosts of those who had once lived there in plenty. When the voice finally fell silent and the stone's glow faded, Primrose saw that the expressions of the Burrows family had changed. The hostility had drained from their faces, replaced by something that looked very much like fear. "That voice," Fosco whispered, his face pale. "I heard it in my dreams when I was a child. My grandmother used to tell me stories about the spirits that lived in the water, but I thought they were just tales to frighten little ones into behaving." "They are not tales," Primrose said gently. "They are the truth that your people have forgotten. The river has watched over you for generations, asking nothing in return except that you respect its waters and honour the old ways. But you have taken and taken without giving back, and now the river is dying. The dam must come down, or everything your family has built will be lost." Fosco Burrows stood in silence for a long moment, his weathered hands hanging at his sides, his eyes fixed upon the speaking stone that Primrose still held before her. The other members of his family watched him, waiting for his decision, and she could see the conflict playing across his features. He was a proud hobbit, set in his ways, and the thought of tearing down something his grandfather had built was clearly painful to him. But the voice of the river had touched something deep within him, had awakened memories and feelings that he had long buried beneath the comfortable routines of daily life. At last he spoke, and his voice was heavy with resignation. "My grandmother told me once that we'd forgotten important things," he said slowly. "She said that the old hobbits knew secrets that we'd let slip away, and that someday we would regret our forgetting. I did not understand her then. I thought she was simply an old woman lost in memories of a time that no longer mattered. But now I see that she was right." He turned to look at his sons and nephews, and in his eyes there was a determination that had not been there before. "We will take down the dam," he declared. "It will not be easy, and there will be those in the family who object. But if what this young lass says is true, if the river itself is dying because of what we have done, then we have no choice. We cannot be the ones responsible for the destruction of everything our ancestors built in this land." Primrose felt relief flooding through her, so intense that she nearly wept. She had not known until that moment how much she had feared failure, how terrified she had been that her words would not be enough, that the Burrows family would refuse and the River King's ultimatum would go unmet. "Thank you," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "You're doing a brave and noble thing. The river will remember your sacrifice, and the waters will bless your family for generations to come." The work of dismantling the dam began the very next morning, and Primrose stayed to help, lending her small hands to the labour that occupied the entire Burrows clan. It was hard work, back-breaking work, and more than once she saw members of the family pause to wipe away tears as they tore apart what their grandfather had so painstakingly built. But they did not stop, did not waver in their determination, and by the time the full moon rose over the green hills, the dam had been reduced to a pile of timber and stone on the banks of the Shirebourne. The moment the last barrier was removed, Primrose heard a sound that made her heart soar. It was the sound of water rushing free, of currents finding their natural course after years of obstruction, of a river breathing deeply after being choked for far too long. The Sherborne seemed to sing as it flowed past the place where the dam had stood, and in its song she heard the voice of the River King, faint but unmistakable, expressing gratitude for what had been done. "Now it is time for the final part of the bargain," she said to Fosco, who stood beside her watching the water flow. "I must return to the deep pool and speak with the River King. The dam has been removed, but the new compact must still be sealed." She made her way back to the Brandywine as quickly as she could, arriving at Willowbald's hobbit hole just as the full moon was beginning to climb above the eastern horizon. The old hobbit was waiting for her, and when she told him what had been accomplished, tears of joy streamed down his weathered cheeks. "You have done what I never thought possible," he said, embracing her with surprising strength. "You have brought the Shire back from the brink of disaster. Whatever happens now, you have earned a place in the history of the River Hobbits that will never be forgotten." Together they walked to the deep pool, its surface now silver with moonlight, its depths pulsing with an anticipation that Primrose could feel in her very bones. She stripped off her outer garments as she had done before, and with a last glance at Willowbald she waded into the water and let herself sink. The descent was swifter this time, as though the waters themselves were eager to carry her to her destination. Within moments she found herself standing once more in the great hall of the River King, before the pedestal where the heart of the waters pulsed with its wounded light. But something had changed. The dark threads that had wound through the crystal were thinner now, fainter, and the light that emanated from its core seemed stronger than before. The River King materialized before her, his shifting form somehow more solid than it had been during their previous encounter, his eyes blazing with an intensity that made her catch her breath. "The dam has fallen," he said, and his voice resonated through the hall like the tolling of a great bell. "I felt the moment the waters ran free, felt the pain of the Shireborne ease as it returned to its proper course. You have done well, daughter of Marigold." Primrose bowed her head in acknowledgement. "The Burrows family sends their apologies for the harm they caused," she said. "They have pledged to honour the old ways from this day forward, to teach their children the stories they had forgotten, to respect the waters that sustain them." The River King nodded slowly, and something like satisfaction crossed his ancient features. "And you," he said, fixing her with his depthless gaze, "have you made your decision? Will you serve as keeper of the memories, as the bridge between my realm and yours?" Primrose lifted her head and met his eyes without flinching. "I will," she said, and her voice was steady and sure. "I accept the duty you have offered me. I will dwell at the boundary between worlds, will speak for the waters to those who would forget, will carry the memory of the old bargains through all the years that are given to me." The River King raised his hand, and from somewhere in the depths of the palace came a sound like distant music, like the singing of countless voices raised in celebration. "Then let the new compact be sealed," he declared, "by the waters that flow from the mountains to the sea, by the currents that carry life through all the lands of Middle-earth, by the ancient powers that shaped the world in its beginning, I bind you, Primrose Goodbody, to the service of the waters. You shall be the keeper of memories, the voice of the river in the world above, the bridge between two realms that have too long been sundered." He reached out and touched her forehead with one finger, and Primrose felt a surge of power flowing into her, cold and clean and ancient beyond imagining. It filled her to the very brim of her being, transforming her in ways she could not fully understand, making her into something that was still Hobbit but was also something more. When the sensation faded, she found herself standing in a new place, on the shore of a small island in the middle of the Brandywine, just upstream from the Great Bridge. The full moon hung overhead, bathing everything in silver light, and she could see both banks of the river stretching away on either side, the Shire proper to the west and the wild lands of Buckland to the east. "This is your home now," said the voice of the River King, speaking directly into her mind. "A dwelling will be built here for you, a place where those who seek the wisdom of the waters may come. You will live between worlds, belonging fully to neither but serving both. And when your time in the mortal realm is ended, you will join us in the depths, taking your place among those who have served the waters since the beginning." Primrose looked around at the moonlit island, feeling the currents of the river flowing past on all sides, hearing the voice of the water as clearly as she had ever heard any sound in her life. She thought of all she'd given up to reach this moment, and all she had gained, and she knew, with a certainty that went beyond reason or doubt, that she had made the right choice. In the years that followed, the hobbits of the Shire came to know the strange young woman who lived on the island in the Brandywine, who spoke of waters and memories and ancient bargains that most had long forgotten. Some called her mad, others called her blessed, but all who sought her out and listened to her words came away changed, carrying with them a new respect for the river that had sustained their ancestors through all the ages of the world. And the Brandywine flowed on, clear and strong and eternal, its voice singing of bargains kept and prices paid, of a young hobbit girl who had answered the river's call and become something more than she had ever imagined, a keeper of memories, a bridge between worlds, a testament to the enduring power of sacrifice and love. The heart of the waters healed in time, its light growing stronger with each passing year, and the River King watched from his palace in the depths, content at last that the balance had been restored. And when travellers crossed the great bridge on moonlit nights, some claimed they could see a figure standing on the island below, a small hobbit woman with eyes that held the depths of the river itself, watching over the waters that had claimed her and blessed her in equal measure. Thus ends the first tale of the Brandywine Bridge Chronicles, but the river flows on, and there are many more stories waiting to be told. Story 2. In the days before the great troubles came to Middle-earth, when the Shire was still young and its borders less certain than they would later become, there lived along the banks of the Brandywine River a peculiar breed of hobbits, unlike any others in that green and pleasant land. These were the river hobbits, and their ways were strange to their cousins, who dwelt in the snug hill holes of Hobbiton and the comfortable burrows of Tuckborough. While most hobbits viewed water with suspicion and boats with outright alarm, the river hobbits had learned the secrets of the Brandywine and had made their homes along its winding course, building dwellings that were half burrow and half boathouse, with round doors that opened onto wooden piers where little craft bobbed gentlest in the current. The greatest of their settlements lay in the shadow of the Brandywine Bridge, that ancient crossing of weathered stone that connected the Shire to the wild lands of Buckland and beyond. The bridge itself was a marvel of construction, its 7 arches spanning the broad waters like the curved back of some great sleeping dragon. No hobbit alive could say who had built it, though the oldest tales whispered of men from a kingdom long since crumbled to dust, and some spoke of dwarven hands that had shaped its stones in an age when the world was younger and more full of wonders. It is said that in those distant times, the river hobbits were led by a venerable patriarch named Willowbark Brandybuck, whose family had dwelt beside the Brandywine for 7 generations. Willowbark was ancient even by hobbit standards, his face as weathered as driftwood, and his eyes the colour of the river itself on a cloudy autumn day. His hair had long since turned the silver white of moonlight on water, and his hands bore the calluses of a lifetime spent working rope and pole and oar. Though his body had grown frail with the passing years, his mind remained as sharp as the current that ran swift and deep beneath the bridge, and he remembered things that other hobbits had long forgotten. Willowbark lived in the finest of the river dwellings, a sprawling construction of earth and timber that clung to the eastern bank just downstream from the bridge. Its main entrance was a proper round door painted the deep blue of twilight water, but there were other doors besides, doors that opened onto the river itself, where Willowbark kept his fleet of small boats tied to iron rings set into the stone embankment. In his younger days, he'd been the finest boatman in all the Shire, capable of navigating the Brandywine in flood or drought, by daylight or under the stars alone. Now his grandchildren and great-grandchildren carried on the tradition, ferrying goods and passengers across the river when the bridge was crowded or when travellers wished to avoid the watchful eyes of the bridge wardens. The autumn of which this tale speaks had come on cold and early, bringing with it mists that rose from the river each morning and lingered until nearly noon. The leaves of the willows that gave Willowbark his name had turned to gold and were falling in slow spirals to drift upon the water like tiny boats of their own. It was a time of harvest and preparation, when hobbits everywhere were filling their larders against the coming winter and the smoke of wood fires rose from every chimney. Yet there was an unease in the air that season, a sense of something stirring in the wild lands beyond the Shire's comfortable borders. The trouble began, as troubles often do, with a stranger. He came walking out of the east one grey morning, crossing the Brandywine Bridge with slow and weary steps. The bridge wardens noted his passing with suspicious glances, for he was no hobbit, being far too tall and too thin, wrapped in a cloak of faded green that might once have been the colour of spring leaves, but had weathered to something closer to moss on old stones. His face was hidden beneath a deep hood, and he carried a walking staff of twisted blackthorn that clicked against the bridge stones with each step. Behind him he led a small donkey laden with bundles wrapped in oilcloth, and the beast seemed as weary as its master, its head hanging low as it plodded along. The stranger paused at the centre of the bridge and stood for a long while gazing down at the water rushing beneath the arches. The bridge wardens watched him nervously, for there was something unsettling about his stillness, something that suggested he was looking at things they could not see. When at last he moved again, he did not continue westward into the heart of the Shire as most travellers did. Instead, he turned aside at the bridge's end and made his way down the steep path that led to the river settlement below. Word of his coming reached Willowbark before the stranger himself arrived, carried by his youngest great-granddaughter, a bright-eyed lass named Lily, who had been playing among the willows when she spotted the tall figure descending the path. She came bursting through the blue door, her curly brown hair tangled with leaves, and her bare feet leaving muddy prints on the scrubbed floor that her mother would later scold her about. "Grandfather, grandfather," she called out breathlessly, "a big person is coming, a strange one in a green cloak, and he has a donkey with him and a stick made from a tree that died in a storm. I can tell because it is all twisted and dark." Willowbark had been dozing in his chair by the fire, wrapped in a blanket against the chill that had settled into his old bones, but he roused himself at her words and fixed her with his river-coloured eyes. "Did you see his face, child?" he asked, his voice still carrying the strength it had possessed in his younger years, even if his body no longer matched it. "No, grandfather. The hood was too deep, but I saw his hands when he patted the donkey, and they were old hands, older even than yours, with long fingers like willow roots." Willowbark nodded slowly, a thoughtful expression crossing his weathered face. "Bring me my walking stick, Lily," he said, "and tell your mother to put water on for tea. If I'm not mistaken, we are about to receive a visitor who has come a very long way indeed, and it would not do to greet him without proper hospitality." By the time the stranger reached Willowbark's door, the old hobbit was standing on his pier, leaning on a staff of polished ashwood that had been his companion for 40 years. The two regarded each other in silence for a long moment, the tall figure in green and the small figure in brown homespun, and something passed between them that the watching hobbits could not name but could feel nonetheless, a recognition of some kind, an acknowledgement of purposes that ran deeper than mere chance. "You have come a long way," said Willowbark at last, "and the road has not been kind to you. Will you accept the hospitality of my house, such as it is, and rest your feet by my fire?" The stranger inclined his hooded head. "I thank you for your courtesy, good father. My feet are indeed weary, and my heart is heavy with the news I bear. I am called Findalore in the common tongue, though I have worn other names in other ages. I have come seeking the wisdom of the river hobbits, for I have heard that you remember things that others have forgotten, and I find myself in need of old knowledge." Willowbark studied the stranger with eyes that had seen much in their long years. "Come inside," he said finally, gesturing toward the blue door. "We will speak of what you seek after you have eaten and rested. The river has taught me many things, and one of them is that all things come clearer after a meal and a pipe." And so Findalore entered the home of Willowbark Brandybuck, and the other river hobbits gathered in curious clusters along the pier and in the branches of the willows, watching and whispering among themselves. None of them could have known then what this stranger's arrival would mean for their little community, how his coming would draw them into events that would reshape the very nature of their relationship with the Brandywine and its ancient mysteries. For the river kept its secrets well, but some secrets, once disturbed, have a way of rising to the surface like drowned things long forgotten, and the time was approaching when the river hobbits would need all their courage and all their lore to face what was stirring in the deep places where the Brandywine had its source. The fire crackled warmly in Willowbark's hearth as the old hobbit and his strange guest settled into chairs on opposite sides of the flames. Lily had been shooed away to help her mother prepare food, though she lingered in the doorway, watching with wide eyes until a sharp word sent her scurrying to the kitchen. The donkey had been led to a small stable behind the dwelling, where it was now contentedly munching hay, and the bundles it had carried sat piled in a corner of the main room, still wrapped in their oilcloth coverings. Findalor pushed back his hood at last, revealing a face that made Willowbark draw in a sharp breath. It was an elven face, there could be no doubt of that, with the high cheekbones and the slightly pointed ears that mark the elder kindred. But it was an elven face touched by something that hobbits rarely saw on those immortal features: weariness and sorrow, and the weight of years that even the firstborn were not meant to carry. His hair was silver grey, unusual for an elf, and his eyes held shadows that spoke of losses too great to name. "You're far from the havens," Willowbark said quietly, studying his guest with the careful attention of one who has learned to read the weather in subtle signs. "I have seen elves before, though not often, and never one who looked as you do now. What burden brings you to our humble waters, friend elf, and why do you seek the knowledge of river hobbits when your own people possess lore far greater than ours?" Findalor accepted a cup of tea from Willowbark's daughter-in-law, a plump and practical hobbit named Marigold who had appeared from the kitchen with a laden tray. He wrapped his long fingers around the warm pottery and held it for a moment before answering, as though gathering strength from its simple comfort. When he spoke, his voice carried the music of the Eldar, but there was a weariness beneath it that dulled its natural beauty. "The lore of my people is vast," he said, "but it does not encompass all things. There are secrets in Middle-earth that we never learned, for we came late to these shores in the reckoning of the world, and there were powers here before us that we never fully understood. The Brandywine River is one such mystery. My people call it Baranduin, the Golden Brown River, but we know little of its true nature or its source. We know only that it flows from somewhere in the north, from hills that even we have not explored, and that there is something about its waters that defies our understanding." Willowbark nodded slowly, a knowing light kindling in his old eyes. "The river has many moods," he said, "and many secrets. We who live beside it have learned some of them, passed down from parent to child since the first brandybucks made their homes on these banks. But we are simple folk, and our knowledge is practical rather than profound. We know when the floods will come and when the waters will run low. We know which currents are safe for swimming and which will pull you under to drown among the weeds. We know the songs the river sings at different seasons, and we have learned to listen when it warns us of danger. But I suspect you seek something deeper than this." The elf set down his cup and leaned forward, his shadowed eyes catching the firelight. 3 months ago," he said, "I was dwelling in Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea. Lord Elrond had called a council of the wise to discuss certain troubling signs that had been observed in the wildlands. Rangers from the north brought word of darkness gathering beyond the Etten Moors, and the dwarves spoke of evil stirring in the deep places beneath the mountains. But what concerned me most was the report of a young elf who had been travelling in the hills near the Brandywine source." Findalor paused, and Willowbark saw something flicker across his ageless face, something that might have been fear if such an emotion could touch one of the Eldar. "This young one," the elf continued, "was seeking herbs that grow only in high and lonely places. She ventured farther north than any of our people had gone in many years, following the river upstream toward its origins. What she found there drove her mad with terror. She stumbled back into Rivendell 3 weeks later, babbling of things that made no sense, speaking of shadows in the water and voices calling from beneath the stones. She spoke of something ancient that was waking, something that had slept since before the first, speaking of shadows in the water and voices calling from beneath the stones. She spoke of something ancient that was waking, something that had slept since before the first elves opened their eyes beneath the stars at Quivinen." A cold draught seemed to pass through the room, though the fire burned steadily and no door had opened. Willowbark felt the hairs rise on the back of his neck, and he pulled his blanket tighter around his shoulders. "What happened to her?" he asked, though part of him did not wish to know the answer. "She faded," Findalor said softly. "Day by day she grew more transparent, more distant from the world of living things. Lord Elrond did all he could, but the shadow on her spirit was beyond his skill to lift. She passed over the sea a fortnight past, the youngest of our kind ever to take ship from the Grey Havens. Her final words were a warning. She said that something beneath the river was stirring, something that hungered for the light of living souls, and that if it was not stopped, it would spread its shadow over all the lands through which the Brandywine flows. The silence that followed was heavy as stone. From the kitchen came the ordinary sounds of meal preparation, the clatter of pots and the sizzle of frying food, but they seemed to come from very far away, as though the room where Willowbark... "We have felt it," he said. "Not clearly, not as your young elf did, but there has been something wrong with the river this autumn. The fish are fewer than they should be, and those we catch have a strange taste, bitter and metallic. The mists that rise each morning are thicker than I have ever known them, and they carry sounds that should not be there, whispers and murmurs as though many voices were speaking just beyond the edge of hearing. My grandchildren have complained of bad dreams, dreams of cold water closing over their heads and darkness pressing in from all sides. I told them it was nothing, merely the fears that come with the changing season, but in my heart I knew better." Findelor nodded gravely. "Then I have come to the right place. The lore of Rivendell tells us that the halflings who dwell beside the Brandywine possess knowledge of the river that we do not. It speaks of songs your ancestors learned from the water itself, and of bargains struck with the spirits that dwell within its depths. I do not ask you to share these secrets lightly, for I know that such knowledge is precious and not to be given to outsiders. But I fear that if we do not act soon, the shadow that took our young elf will spread beyond the river's banks, and all the Shire will fall under its power." Willowbark was quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire as though reading some message in the dance of the flames. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, taking on a formal cadence that spoke of ancient traditions and sacred trust. "You asked for the deep lore," he said, "the knowledge that the first river hobbits bought with their own blood when they made peace with the Brandywine. This lore has never been shared with outsiders, not even with our own kin who dwell in hill holes far from the water. The river demanded secrecy as part of the bargain, and we have kept that bargain for 7 generations. I understand," Findelor said, "and I would not ask if the need were not desperate. But consider this, good father. If the shadow spreads and the Shire falls, there will be no more river hobbits to keep the old secrets. The knowledge will die with your people, and the bargain will be broken regardless. Surely it is better to share what you know with one who may be able to use it against this threat than to guard it in silence while the darkness rises." The fire popped and crackled, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. Marigold appeared in the doorway to announce that supper was ready, but Willowbark waved her away with a gesture that brooked no argument. She retreated, her round face creased with worry, and the 2 unlikely companions were left alone once more. "There is truth in your words," Willowbark said at last, "but the decision is not mine alone to make. The deep lore belongs to all the river hobbits, and they must have a voice in whether it is shared. Tomorrow I will call a gathering of the families, and you will tell them what you have told me. If they agree that the need is great enough, then we will open our hearts to you and share what we know. But I warn you, friend elf, the knowledge we possess is not what you might expect. It speaks not of great powers or mighty spells, but of humble things, the proper way to address the river at different seasons, the offerings that must be made at certain times, the places where it is dangerous to swim, and the places where the water runs pure and wholesome. Whether this law will be of any use against the shadow you describe, I cannot say." Findelor bowed his head in acceptance. "I am grateful for even this much. The wisdom of the small and humble has often proved greater than the might of the proud and powerful. It may be that your simple knowledge holds the key that all the lore of Rivendell could not provide." And so the bargain was struck between the elf and the hobbit, and the stage was set for what would follow. That night, as Findelor slept in a guest room that was far too small for his long frame, Willowbark sat alone by the dying fire and remembered things he'd not thought of in many years. He remembered his grandfather teaching him the river songs when he was barely more than a child, remembered the offerings they had made together at the turning of each season, remembered the strange dreams he'd sometimes had in which the river spoke to him in a voice like rushing water over stones. He had always thought these things were merely traditions, customs that had grown up over the years without any real power behind them. Now he wondered if there was more to them than he had ever suspected, and the wondering filled him with a fear he had not felt since he was young. Outside, the Brandywine flowed on as it always had, its waters dark and deep beneath the stars. But to those who knew how to listen, there was something different in its voice that night, a new note that had not been there before. It was a sound like distant thunder, or perhaps like the grinding of great stones far beneath the earth. And in the dreams of the river hobbits, shadows moved through depth that no light had ever touched, and something vast and ancient stirred in its long slumber, drawn slowly toward waking by the warmth of the living world above. The morning of the gathering dawned grey and cold, with mists so thick upon the river that the far bank was invisible and even the great bridge seemed to float in a sea of white vapour. The river hobbits came from their scattered dwellings up and down the Brandywine, arriving in small boats that emerged from the fog like ghosts and tied up at the piers around Willowbark's home. By mid-morning, nearly 40 hobbits had assembled in the largest room of the old patriarch's dwelling, a space that had been cleared of its usual furniture and filled with benches and stools borrowed from neighbouring homes. They were a hardy folk, these river hobbits, their faces weathered by wind and water, their hands calloused from years of working rope and oar. They dressed in practical clothing of browns and greens and the muted blue-grey of riverstones, and they regarded the tall elf in their midst with expressions that ranged from curiosity to suspicion. Findalor stood in a corner near the fire, having insisted that he would not sit while others were forced to stand, and his presence seemed to fill the room despite his efforts to make himself unobtrusive. Willowbark called the gathering to order, with 3 sharp raps of his ashwood staff against the floor. The murmur of conversation died away, and all eyes turned to the old hobbit as he stood before the hearth, his back straight despite his years, and his voice carrying clearly to every corner of the room. "Kinfolk and neighbours," he began, "I've called you here to speak of matters that touch upon the deepest traditions of our people. You all know that something has been amiss with the river this autumn. The fish are scarce, the mists are thick, and there are sounds in the water at night that none of us can explain. I've heard your whispered fears, and I've felt the same unease in my own heart. Now a stranger has come to us with news that may explain what we have been feeling, and I ask you to hear him with open minds and willing hearts." He gestured to Findalor, and the elf stepped forward, his movements graceful despite his obvious weariness. For a long moment he simply looked at the assembled hobbits, meeting their eyes one by one, and something in his gaze seemed to ease the tension in the room. When he spoke, his voice was gentle, pitched to carry without overwhelming the small space. "Good people of the river," he said, "I come to you not as a lord or a master, but as one who seeks aid in a time of great need. My name is Findalor, and I have journeyed from Rivendell, the house of Lord Elrond, to speak with you about the Brandywine and the shadow that stirs within its depths." He told them then of the young elf who had ventured too far north, of her madness and her fading, of the warning she had spoken with her last breath. He spoke of the counsels of the wise and the fears that had been expressed there, of darkness gathering in many places throughout Middle-earth, and of signs that suggested something ancient and malevolent was waking from long sleep. The hobbits listened in silence, their faces growing grave as the tale unfolded, and when Findalor finished, the room was so quiet that the crackling of the fire seemed almost deafening. It was old Bramble Burrows who spoke first, a grizzled hobbit whose family had been fishing the Brandywine since before anyone could remember. His voice was rough as gravel, but there was no hostility in it, only the blunt practicality that characterized his kind. "What you say is troubling, Master Elf," he said, "and I'll not deny that we've felt something wrong with the river these past months, but what I don't understand is what you expect us to do about it. We're just hobbits, after all. We fish and we ferry and we tend our little gardens. We don't have magic or great weapons or the strength to fight against shadows and dark powers. What can we offer against the kind of evil you're describing?" Findalor nodded, as though he had expected this question. "You offer something that my people do not possess," he said. "You offer knowledge of the river itself, knowledge that was old when Rivendell was young. The lore of the Eldar speaks of a bargain made between the first river hobbits and the spirit of the Brandywine, a compact that gave your people understanding of the water's ways in exchange for certain promises and certain offerings. This knowledge may hold the key to confronting what stirs in the river's depths, for the spirit with whom your ancestors treated may be the same power that now threatens to wake." A ripple of unease passed through the gathering at these words. The hobbits exchanged glances, and Willowbark saw fear in some of their eyes, but also something else, a kindling of memory, of half-forgotten stories told in childhood that suddenly seemed more real than they had ever been before. "You speak of the old compact," said a woman's voice, and the hobbits parted to reveal Rosemary Riverbank, the eldest of the river hobbit women and the keeper of certain traditions, that were passed down only through the female line. She was nearly as old as Willowbark himself, her hair white as river foam, and her eyes the pale blue of shallow water on a sunny day. My grandmother told me of it when I was a girl, and I have told my own granddaughters in turn. But I always thought it was just a story, a tale to explain why we make the offerings and sing the songs at the turning of each season. Stories often hold more truth than we realise, Findelor said softly. The Elder have learned this through bitter experience. What seems like mere legend may be the memory of things that truly happened, preserved through generations in the only form that would survive. Tell me, good mother, what do your traditions say about the nature of the spirit with whom your ancestors made their bargain? Rosemary was silent for a long moment, her gaze distant as she reached back through the years to memories she had not examined in decades. The songs speak of the river's heart, she said at last. They say that in the beginning, when the world was young and the waters first found their courses, there was a spirit that dwelt in the deepest places of the Brandywine. It was neither good nor evil in itself, but powerful beyond the understanding of mortal folk. When our ancestors first came to these banks, seeking a place to make their homes, the spirit was wrathful at their intrusion. It sent floods to wash away their dwellings and currents to drown their children. Many perished before a wise woman named Lily Longbottom found a way to speak with the river's heart and bargain for peace. And what was the nature of this bargain? Findelor asked, leaning forward with intensity in his eyes. Rosemary closed her eyes, and when she spoke again, her voice had taken on the rhythmic cadence of ancient verse, words that had been passed down unchanged through countless generations. The river's heart asked 3 things of Lily Longbottom and all her descendants, she said. First, that we would never dam its waters or seek to change its course, but would live in harmony with its natural flow. Second, that we would make offerings at each turning of the seasons, gifts of bread and honey and the first caught fish of the year, to honour the spirit and acknowledge its power. Third, that we would keep the memory of the bargain alive, singing the old songs and teaching the old ways to our children, so that the compact would never be forgotten. And in return, Willowbark added, the river's heart promised to protect us from flood and drought, to guide our boats safely through its currents, and to give us warning when danger approached from beyond our borders. For 7 generations we have kept this bargain, and for 7 generations the river has kept faith with us. Findelor's expression was thoughtful as he absorbed this information. The spirit you describe, he said slowly, sounds like what the Eldar would call a Maya, one of the lesser powers that helped shape the world in its beginning. If this is so, then it is a being of great age and great power, older even than the eldest of my kind. And if such a being is stirring from sleep, troubled by some darkness from the north, then it may be that only those who hold compact with it can hope to reach it and learn what has disturbed its rest. You mean to say that we must speak with the river's heart, Brambleburrows said, his voice sceptical. And just how do you propose we do that? I've been fishing these waters for 60 years, and I've never seen nor heard anything that might be a river spirit. The old songs speak of a way, Rosemary said quietly. They tell of a place upriver, a deep pool where the Brandywine runs through a narrow gorge between high cliffs. It is called the Listening Pool, and it is said that in times of great need, one who knows the proper words and makes the proper offerings may call upon the river's heart and receive an answer. But no one has made that journey in living memory, for the need has never been great enough to warrant disturbing the spirit's rest. Until now, Findelor said, and his words hung in the air like a pronouncement of doom, heavy with the weight of necessity and the shadow of things to come. The debate that followed Rosemary's revelation lasted until well past noon, with voices rising and falling like the tides of the Brandywine itself. Some of the river hobbits argued that the whole matter was foolishness, that they should not disturb ancient powers based on the fevered visions of one elf and the half-remembered legends of their ancestors. Others, particularly the younger folk who had grown up hearing the old songs as mere entertainment, were eager for adventure and spoke boldly of journeying to the Listening Pool themselves. But the elders, those who remembered the teachings of their parents and grandparents most clearly, sat in troubled silence, their faces reflecting the weight of responsibility that had suddenly fallen upon their small community. It was Willowbark who finally brought the gathering to order once more, his staff striking the floor with an authority that silenced even the most vocal disputants. "We will put the matter to a vote," he declared, "as is the custom of our people in times of great decision. Those who believe we should undertake this journey and attempt to speak with the river's heart, raise your hands." For a long moment, no one moved. Then, slowly, Rosemary Riverbank raised her weathered hand, her pale eyes fixed on some distant point that only she could see. One by one, others followed, until more than half the assembled hobbits had signified their assent. The vote was not unanimous, but it was clear enough, and Willowbark nodded in acknowledgement of his people's will. "So be it," he said. "We will make the journey to the listening pool and attempt to speak with the river's heart. But such a venture cannot be undertaken lightly. The old traditions must be observed, the proper preparations must be made, and those who go must be chosen with care. I propose that a company of 7 be formed, one for each generation that has kept the old compact, and that they set forth at the new moon when the river's power is said to be at its strongest." Findalor stepped forward, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. "I am grateful for your decision," he said, "and I would ask to be included in this company, if you will have me. My knowledge of the wider world may prove useful, and I have some skill in dealing with powers greater than myself. Moreover, this quest began with my people's tragedy, and I feel it is my duty to see it through to whatever end awaits." Willowbark considered this request for a moment, then nodded. "You may join the company, Master Elf, but you must understand that when we reach the listening pool, it is we who must speak with the river's heart. The compact was made with hobbits, and only hobbits can invoke its terms. You may advise and assist, but the burden of the summoning must rest upon our shoulders." The elf bowed his head in acceptance of these terms, and the gathering turned to the matter of selecting the remaining members of the company. After much discussion, it was decided that Willowbark himself would lead the expedition, despite his advanced years, for he knew the old ways better than any other living hobbit. Rosemary would accompany him, for she held the women's lore that complemented his own knowledge. Bramble Burrows was chosen for his practical skills and his intimate familiarity with the river's moods. A young hobbit named Pippin Waterfoot, known for his courage and his strong arms at the oar, would provide the physical strength the older members lacked. And finally, to the surprise of many, little Lily was chosen to make the 7th member of the company. "She's too young," her mother Marigold protested, her face pale with worry. "She's barely seen her 12th summer. You cannot take her into such danger." But Willowbark shook his head, his eyes resting on his great-granddaughter with an expression that mingled pride with sorrow. "The old songs speak of the importance of innocence and dealings with the river's heart," he said. "A child's voice carries weight with the old powers that adult voices do not. Lily has the gift of sight, as her mother's mother did before her, and she has dreamed true dreams of the river since she was old enough to speak. I would not take her if I did not believe she was meant to go." Lily herself said nothing during this exchange, but her small face was set with determination, and her eyes held a light that seemed too old for her years. When her mother finally relented, weeping softly, the girl went to her and embraced her tightly. "Do not fear, Mamma," she whispered. "The river has spoken to me in my dreams, and it has promised that I will return safely. I do not understand all that I've seen, but I know that I must go." The days that followed were filled with preparation. The river hobbits gathered the materials needed for the journey, provisioning a sturdy boat with food and water, and warm blankets against the autumn chill. Rosemary spent long hours in consultation with the other elder women, reviewing the words and rituals that would be needed at the listening pool. Willowbark retreated to his study, poring over ancient documents that had been passed down through his family for generations, seeking any scrap of information that might prove useful in the trials ahead. Findalor, for his part, unwrapped the bundles his donkey had carried and revealed their contents to the curious hobbits. There were maps of the lands north of the Shire, drawn by elven hands with exquisite detail. There were packets of herbs and powders that he claimed had various useful properties, from healing wounds to warding off evil spirits. And there was a sword, a slender blade of elven make that glowed with a faint silver light in the dimness of Willowbark's study. "This was forged in Gondolin before its fall," he told the old hobbit, his voice hushed with reverence. "It has no power against the kind of enemy we may face, for the river's heart is beyond the reach of mortal weapons. But there are other dangers in the wild lands, and it may prove useful against more mundane threats." Willowbark studied the blade with interest, but made no move to touch it. "We are not a warlike people," he said. "Our weapons are our knowledge of the river and our trust in the old bargains. But I do not doubt that your sword may be needed before this journey is done. The lands upstream are wild and little travelled, and there are things living there that have no love for hobbits or elves. As the new moon approached, a strange atmosphere settled over the river settlement. The mists grew thicker each morning, and the whispers in the water grew louder, until even those hobbits who had dismissed the talk of shadows and spirits began to glance nervously at the dark surface of the Brandywine. Fish became almost impossible to catch, and those few that were landed had a peculiar look about them, their scales darker than normal, and their eyes clouded as though by some inner corruption. Children woke crying from nightmares they could not describe, and more than one adult admitted a troubled sleep filled with visions of cold water and crushing darkness. On the eve of their departure, Willowbark called the company together for a final council. They gathered in his study, the 6 hobbits and the 1 elf, seated in a circle around a small fire that burned with sweet-smelling wood. The old patriarch produced a flask of clear liquid and poured a measure for each of them, even little Lily, who wrinkled her nose at the sharp smell but drank it down without complaint. "This is water from the Brandywine, drawn at the turning of the last season and blessed according to the old rites," Willowbark explained. "Drinking it binds us together as a company and marks us as servants of the river's heart. From this moment until our quest is complete, we are bound by ties stronger than blood or friendship. What one knows, all will know. What one suffers, all will feel. And what one achieves, all will share." The water was cold and tasted of minerals and growing things, of moss and stone and the deep earth through which the river flowed. As it went down, each member of the company felt a strange sensation, as though invisible threads were spinning out from their hearts to connect with the hearts of the others. It was not telepathy exactly, but something deeper, a shared awareness that transcended ordinary communication. "Now," said Willowbark, his voice taking on the formal cadence of ritual, "let us speak the words that our ancestors spoke when they set forth on journeys of great importance. Let us ask the river's blessing on our venture and pledge ourselves to its service." And there in the firelit study, surrounded by maps and ancient documents and the accumulated wisdom of 7 generations, the company raised their voices together in a song that had not been sung in living memory. It was a simple melody, almost childlike in its structure, but the words were old, older perhaps than the Shire itself, and they carried a power that made the flames dance and the shadows draw back from the walls. Outside, the Brandywine seemed to pause in its eternal flow, listening to the voices of those who still remembered the old compact, and for just a moment the mist parted to reveal stars burning bright and clear in the autumn sky. They set forth at dawn on the day of the new moon, when the sky was still dark and only the faintest hint of grey touched the eastern horizon. The boat they had chosen was called the Willow Leaf, a sturdy craft that had served Willowbark's family for 3 generations. Its hull was painted the deep green of river weeds, and its oars were worn smooth by countless hands. It rode low in the water under the weight of its passengers and supplies, but it moved with a steadiness that spoke of good construction and long familiarity with the Brandywine's currents. Pippin Waterfoot took the first turn at the oars, his strong young arms pulling with an easy rhythm that sent the boat gliding upstream through the morning mist. The others arranged themselves as comfortably as they could in the limited space, with Willowbark at the stern to steer and Findalor's long legs folded awkwardly beneath him in the bow. Little Lily sat between Rosemary and Bramble, her eyes wide with wonder as she watched the familiar landscape of her home slip away behind them. They passed beneath the Brandywine Bridge as the first true light of day began to filter through the mist, and Lily looked up at the great stone arches with something like reverence. She had crossed the bridge many times in her young life, but she'd never seen it from this angle, had never appreciated how massive and ancient it truly was. The stones seemed to press down with the weight of centuries, and she fancied she could feel the bridge watching them as they passed, an old guardian taking note of those who ventured beyond its protection. The river beyond the bridge was different from the waters the river hobbits knew. Here the Brandywine ran deeper and slower, its banks rising higher on either side until they became proper cliffs of reddish stone crowned with gnarled trees. The mist clung thicker here, muffling sound and limiting vision to a few dozen yards in any direction. The only noise was the gentle splash of oars and the soft gurgle of water against the hull, punctuated now and then by the cry of an unseen bird. They rowed in shifts throughout the morning, each member of the company taking their turn at the oars while the others rested or kept watch. Even Lily insisted on doing her part, though her small arms tired quickly and Pippin had to take over again after only a quarter hour. Findalor proved surprisingly adept at the work, his long arms giving him leverage that compensated for his unfamiliarity with the technique, and he managed to maintain a steady pace that earned grudging approval from Bramble. As noon approached, the mist began to thin, revealing a landscape that none of them had ever seen before. The cliffs had given way to rolling hills covered with dark pines, their needles so thick that the forest floor beneath them was hidden in perpetual shadow. The river here was narrower but swifter, its current fighting against their progress with a persistence that seemed almost purposeful. Strange rock formations jutted from the water at regular intervals, their shapes suggestive of figures frozen in mid-motion, as though some ancient spell had transformed living creatures to stone. "We should stop and eat," Rosemary said, her voice cutting through the silence that had fallen over the company. "There is a sandbar ahead where we can pull the boat ashore. We will need our strength for the afternoon's journey." They landed on a crescent of pale sand that curved out from the eastern bank, dragging the willow leaf up beyond the waterline and securing it to a twisted pine that grew at the edge of the bar. The hobbits unpacked their provisions and set about preparing a simple meal, while Findalor climbed to higher ground to survey the way ahead. When he returned, his expression was troubled. "The river grows more difficult upstream," he reported, accepting the bread and cheese that Lily offered him with a grateful nod. "There are rapids ahead, and beyond them the gorge that Rosemary spoke of. We should reach the listening pool by nightfall if we press on, but the last stretch will be the hardest. The current runs strong through the narrows, and there are rocks that could tear the bottom from our boat if we are not careful." Bramble squinted at the sky, reading the weather with the instinct of one who had spent his life on the water. "The mist is lifting," he observed, "but there is a heaviness in the air that speaks of rain before morning. If we're going to reach this pool of yours, we'd best not linger here too long." They ate quickly and returned to the boat, pushing off from the sandbar and resuming their upstream journey. The afternoon proved every bit as difficult as Findalor had predicted. The rapids came first, a stretch of white water where the Brandywine tumbled over submerged boulders and churned itself into foam. Pippin and Findalor worked the oars together, their combined strength barely sufficient to make headway against the rushing current, while Willowbark called out directions from the stern and Bramble used a long pole to fend off the rocks that loomed suddenly out of the spray. They came through the rapids battered and soaked but intact, and the river beyond was calmer, though no less ominous. The gorge that Rosemary had described rose on either side, walls of dark stone climbing 100 feet or more to narrow strips of sky. The sun could not reach the bottom of this cleft, and the air grew cold and damp, carrying a smell that none of them could identify, something ancient and earthy, like caves that had never known light. It was here that Lily first heard the voices. She had been trailing her fingers in the water, watching the patterns they made in the dark surface, when she suddenly stiffened and pulled her hand back as though burned. "There are people in the water," she whispered, her young face pale with fear. "I can hear them talking, but I cannot understand what they are saying." The others fell silent, straining their ears, but none of them could hear what the girl described. Rosemary moved to sit beside her, taking her small hand in her own weathered grip. "What do they sound like, child?" she asked gently. "Are they angry or sad or something else entirely?" Lily closed her eyes, concentrating on the sounds that only she could perceive. "They are sad," she said at last. "So terribly sad. They are crying for something they have lost, something precious that was taken from them long ago, and they are afraid too, afraid of something that is coming, something dark and cold that wants to swallow everything." Willowbark and Findalor exchanged worried glances across the length of the boat. The elf spoke first, his voice low and serious. The young one from Rivendell spoke of voices as well before the end. She said they called to her from the water, begging for help, pleading for release from some terrible bondage. I thought she was raving, but perhaps she was hearing what Lily hears now. "The river's heart is troubled," Rosemary said, her voice taking on the distant quality it had possessed when she spoke of the old legends at the gathering. "The spirits of those who have drowned in the Brandywine over the centuries are bound to it, part of its essence. If they are crying out in fear, Then something has disturbed the balance that has held since the old compact was made. We must reach the listening pool and learn what has happened. They pressed on through the gathering darkness, the gorge walls pressing closer on either side until it seemed that they could reach out and touch both banks at once. The voices that Lily heard grew louder, though they remained inaudible to the others, and the girl huddled in the bottom of the boat with her hands pressed over her ears, whimpering softly. Rosemary held her close, murmuring words of comfort that seemed to help, though they could not silence the ghostly chorus entirely. At last, just as the first stars were beginning to appear in the narrow strip of sky above them, the gorge opened out into a circular basin surrounded by sheer cliffs. The water here was utterly still, its surface black as ink and smooth as polished glass. No current disturbed its depths, no ripple broke its perfect mirror. It was the listening pool, the place where the river's heart could be summoned, and even those who had never believed in the old stories felt the power that resided here, pressing against them like a physical weight. They brought the willow leaf to rest against a narrow ledge of stone that jutted out from the cliff face, the only landing place visible in the entire basin. As the hobbits climbed out of the boat, their movements slow and reverent, the voices that Lily had been hearing fell suddenly silent. The girl lifted her head, her eyes wide and wondering. "They have stopped," she breathed. "They know we are here. They are waiting to see what we will do." And in the depths of the listening pool, something stirred, rising slowly from the unfathomable darkness toward the world of light above. The company stood upon the narrow ledge in silence, their breath misting in the cold air that rose from the black water. Above them, the stars wheeled slowly in their eternal dance, but their light seemed unable to penetrate the darkness of the pool. It was as though the basin existed outside the normal world, a pocket of shadow where the rules that governed ordinary places did not apply. Even Findalore, who had seen many wonders in his long years, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. Willowbark stepped forward to the very edge of the ledge, his ashwood staff gripped tightly in both hands. He had never performed the summoning ritual, had only read of it in the ancient documents passed down through his family, but the words came to him now as though they had been waiting in his memory all along. He drew a deep breath and began to speak, his voice echoing strangely off the cliff walls, multiplying and interweaving until it seemed that a chorus of willowbarks was speaking in unison. River's heart, keeper of the deep places, guardian of the waters that flow from the mountains to the sea, hear the voice of one who holds the old compact. "I am Willowbark Brandybuck, seventh of my line to dwell beside your banks, and I come to you in a time of great need. The shadows stir in your depths, and your children cry out in fear. I ask that you show yourself to us, that we may learn what troubles you and offer what aid we can." The words faded into silence, and for a long moment nothing happened. The pool remained still and dark, the cliffs loomed overhead, and the company stood frozen in anticipation. Then, slowly, a change began to manifest in the water. It started as a faint luminescence deep below the surface, a pale green glow that grew brighter as it rose toward them. The light expanded as it climbed, spreading outward until the entire pool was illuminated from within, and they could see for the first time the true depth of the basin, a shaft that plunged down into the earth farther than the eye could follow. Something was rising from that impossible depth, something vast and ancient that displaced the water as it came. The surface of the pool began to bulge upward, as though a great bubble were forming beneath it, and then, with a sound like a sigh that had been held for 1,000 years, the river's heart broke through into the air. It was not what any of them had expected. The old song spoke of a spirit, a being of power and majesty. But what emerged from the listening pool was something far stranger. It had no fixed form, shifting constantly between shapes that suggested water and stone and the roots of ancient trees. One moment it appeared as a great serpent coiled upon itself, the next as a cascade of liquid silver, the next as a face carved from living rock with eyes like deep pools. Its voice, when it spoke, was the voice of the river itself, the rush of rapids and the whisper of still water and the grinding of stones worn smooth by endless currents. "You have come," the river's heart said, and there was something like wonder in its tone. After so long, the children of Lily Longbottom have returned to the listening pool. I'd begun to think the compact was forgotten, that the little folk who dwell beside my banks had forsaken the old ways forever. Willowbark bowed his head in respect, though his legs trembled beneath him and his heart pounded in his chest. "We have not forgotten, Great One," he said. "The compact has been kept through all the generations since Lily Longbottom made her bargain with you. We have made the offerings at each turning of the seasons, sung the old songs, taught the old ways to our children, but we confess that we had begun to think of these things as mere tradition, customs without true power behind them. It is only now, when darkness stirs in your depths, that we have remembered the truth." The river's heart shifted again, its form becoming something that might have been a great tree made of flowing water, its branches reaching up toward the distant stars. "Yes, darkness stirs," it said, and there was sorrow in its voice now, a grief so deep that it made Lily begin to weep without understanding why. "Something has awakened in the place where I was born, in the springs that feed me high in the northern hills. It is old, this thing, older even than I, and it hungers for what it has been denied through all the long ages of the world." Findelor stepped forward, his elven face pale in the green light that emanated from the spirit. "What is this thing, Ancient One?" he asked, his voice steady despite his fear. "And how has it come to wake after sleeping so long?" The river's heart turned its attention to the elf, and something flickered in its shifting features that might have been recognition. "One of the Eldar," it said. "Your kind came to these shores long after my making, but I remember when the first of you passed through my waters, crossing the Brandywine on your great journey to the west. You asked then if you might drink from my stream, and I gave you leave, for your hearts were pure and your intentions good. But there were others who came before you, others whose intentions were not so pure." The spirit's form changed again, becoming darker, more turbulent, like storm clouds reflected in troubled water. "In the first days of the world, before the sun and moon were made, there were powers that served the darkness. One of these powers dwelt in the springs that feed me, poisoning my waters at their very source. The Valar cast it down and bound it in sleep, but they could not destroy it utterly, for it was part of the world's making and could not be unmade without unmaking the world itself. For ages beyond counting it has slumbered, and I have flowed clean and pure, but now something has disturbed its rest." "What has disturbed it?" Rosemary asked, her old voice cracking with the strain of speaking to such a being. What could wake something that the Valar themselves put to sleep? The river's heart turned its attention to her, and she felt the weight of its regard like a physical pressure. "There is a shadow growing in the east," it said. "A tower has been rebuilt, and a dark power gathers strength there, sending out tendrils of malice that touch all the hidden evils of the world. This shadow has reached the springs where the dark power sleeps, whispering to it, calling it to wake and serve a new master. Already it stirs. Already its corruption seeps into my waters, and if it rises fully there will be no force in Middle-earth that can stop it from spreading its poison through every stream and river that flows from the mountains to the sea." A heavy silence fell over the company as they absorbed this terrible news. Little Lily, who had been clinging to Rosemary's hand, suddenly stepped forward, her young face set with determination. "The voices I heard," she said, "the crying voices in the water. They were your voices, were they not? The spirits of those who have drowned in the Brandywine over the years, bound to you as part of your essence." The river's heart seemed to focus on her with particular intensity, its shifting form becoming momentarily still. "You have the gift of hearing, child," it said. "Yes, those are my voices, the souls of all who have given their lives to my waters since the world was young. They feel my pain and share my fear, for if the dark power wakes fully, they will be corrupted along with me, transformed from spirits of water and memory into servants of shadow and death." "What can we do?" Willowbark asked, his voice raw with emotion. "We're only hobbits, small and weak compared to the powers you describe. How can we hope to stand against something that even the Valar could not destroy?" The river's heart was silent for a long moment, its form rippling and shifting as though wrestling with some inner conflict. "There is a way," it said at last, "but it will require courage and sacrifice beyond anything your people have ever been asked to give. The dark power can be put back to sleep, its chains renewed, but only if something pure and willing enters the springs where it dwells and offers itself as a seal upon its prison. A living heart must bind the darkness, a soul freely given to hold the chains in place, for for another age of the world. The words hung in the cold air like a death sentence, and each member of the company felt their weight pressing down upon them. They understood now what was being asked, and the understanding filled them with a dread that went beyond mere fear. "I will go," Vindalor said quietly. "This burden should fall upon me, for it was my people's tragedy that began this quest, and I have lived long enough to be weary of the world. Let my soul be the seal that binds the darkness." But the river's heart shook its shifting head. "No, Eldar. Your spirit is too bright, too alien to these waters. The seal must be made by one who belongs to the Brandywine, one whose ancestors made the old compact and whose blood carries the memory of that bargain. Only a river hobbit can bind what sleeps in my springs." The weight of the river's heart's pronouncement settled upon the company like a shroud of ice. Each of the hobbits felt it differently, according to their natures and their understanding of what was being asked. Willowbark closed his eyes, his weathered face aging further before their very eyes as he contemplated the sacrifice that was required. Rosemary's lips moved in silent prayer to powers she had never truly believed in until this moment. Bramble's rough hands clenched into fists at his sides, his practical mind rejecting the impossibility of the choice before them. And Pippin, young and strong and full of life, felt tears streaming down his cheeks though he made no sound. It was Lily who broke the silence, her small voice cutting through the darkness like a beam of unexpected light. "You said a living heart must bind the darkness," she said, addressing the river's heart with a directness that would have seemed impertinent under any other circumstances. "But you did not say that the heart must die. If someone offers themselves as a seal, what becomes of them?" The river's heart turned its full attention upon the girl, and the others saw something pass between them, a recognition of kindred spirits perhaps, or an acknowledgement of the courage that burned so brightly in such a small frame. "The one who becomes the seal will not die in the way that mortals understand death," the spirit said. "They will become part of me, part of the Brandywine itself, their consciousness merging with the waters that flow from the mountains to the sea. They will feel every ripple, every current, every fish that swims and every boat that passes. They will know the joy of spring floods and the peace of winter ice, but they will never again walk upon the earth as a creature of flesh and blood. They will never again eat or drink or sleep or dream as mortals do. They will become something other, something between life and death, bound to the river for as long as the world endures." "This is too much," Vindalor said, his voice tight with anguish. "You cannot ask these small folk to make such a choice. There must be another way, some power that can be called upon, some artifact that can serve in place of a living soul." "There is no other way," the river's heart replied, and there was genuine sorrow in its shifting features. "Do you think I would ask this if any alternative existed? I've watched over the river hobbits since Lily Longbottom first spoke to me in this very pool, 7 generations of your reckoning. I have seen them born and grow and age and die, and I have mourned each passing as a mother mourns her children. To ask one of them to give up their mortal life, even for a form of existence that will endure beyond the ending of the world, breaks something within me that I did not know could be broken." The company stood in silence, each wrestling with their own thoughts and fears. The green light from the pool cast strange shadows on their faces, making them look older, more careworn, as though the weight of the decision was already aging them. Above, the stars continued their slow wheeling, indifferent to the drama playing out in the depths below. It was Willowbark who finally spoke, his voice steady despite the trembling of his hands upon his staff. "I am the eldest here," he said, "and I have lived a full life. My children are grown, my grandchildren have children of their own, and I've seen enough of the world to know that there is little left for me to discover. If a seal must be made, let it be made from my old bones. I will go to the springs and offer myself to bind the darkness." "No, grandfather," Lily cried, rushing forward to clutch at his arm. "You cannot leave us. Who will teach the young ones the old songs? Who will remember the stories that must not be forgotten?" Willowbark smiled down at her, his river-coloured eyes soft with love. "The stories live in many hearts now, little one. Rosemary knows them as well as I, and you yourself have shown a gift for remembering that surpasses my own. The river hobbits will not forget their heritage, simply because one old hobbit returns to the water that gave him life." But Rosemary shook her head, stepping forward with a determination that belied her years. If anyone is to make this sacrifice, it should be me, she said. I am older than you in truth, Willowbark, though I carry my years more lightly. My husband passed beyond the circles of the world 20 winters ago, and my children have long since made their own lives. I've been waiting, I think, for something to give meaning to the years that remain to me. Perhaps this is what I was waiting for. The two elders faced each other across the narrow ledge, their eyes locked in a silent contest of wills. Neither would yield, and neither would accept the other's sacrifice without a fight. It was a stalemate that might have lasted until dawn, had not a third voice broken through their deadlock. You're both wrong, Brambleburrows said gruffly, pushing past them to stand at the very edge of the pool. I have no family to leave behind, no children or grandchildren to mourn my passing. I've spent my whole life alone on the river, and I always figured I would die alone on the river too. This is just a different way of making that happen. Let me be the one to go. But even as he spoke, young Pippin was shaking his head. You have decades of living left in you, Bramble, he said. You could still find love, still build a family, still know all the joys that life has to offer. I am the one who should go. I am young and strong, and my spirit will make a better seal than any of your old bones. Let me do this thing, and remember me kindly when I am gone. The argument that followed was fierce but hushed, each member of the company making their case for why they should be the one to sacrifice themselves. Even Findalore, despite the River's Heart's pronouncement that only a river hobbit could serve, continued to offer himself, speaking eloquently of his weariness with the mortal world and his readiness to embrace a different form of existence. The spirit watched this debate with something like wonder in its shifting features, as though it had not expected such willing courage from such small folk. Through it all, Lily remained silent, her young face thoughtful as she listened to the arguments of her elders. She had heard something in the River's Heart's words that the others had missed, something that spoke to the gift she had been born with, the ability to hear voices that others could not perceive. The spirits in the water had told her things during the journey upstream, whispers that she had not fully understood until this moment. Now, as the pieces fell into place in her mind, she felt a strange calm settle over her, a certainty that went beyond reason or fear. "Stop," she said, and though her voice was soft, it cut through the argument like a knife. "You're all wrong. None of you can be the seal." The others turned to look at her, their faces registering surprise and confusion. It was Willowbark who spoke first, his voice gentle despite his irritation at the interruption. "What do you mean, child? You heard what the River's Heart said. One of us must go to the springs and offer ourselves as a binding for the darkness. If not me, then Rosemary, or Bramble, or Pippin. Someone must make this choice." But Lily shook her head, her curly brown hair catching the green light from the pool. "The River's Heart said that the seal must be made by one who belongs to the Brandywine," she said, "one whose blood carries the memory of the old compact. But it also said that the one who becomes the seal will merge with the waters, will feel every ripple and know every fish." She paused, her young eyes meeting the shifting gaze of the spirit before them. How can someone bind a darkness they cannot hear? How can someone seal a prison if they cannot speak to the prisoner? The River's Heart went very still, its form frozen for the first time since it had emerged from the pool. "What are you saying, child?" "I'm saying that none of them can do what must be done," Lily replied, her voice steady despite the tears that had begun to fall from her eyes. "They cannot hear the voices in the water. They cannot speak to the spirits that dwell within you." "But I can. I've always been able to hear them, ever since I was old enough to know that hearing voices was not something other hobbits did. The seal must be made by someone who can communicate with what they are binding, someone who can speak to the darkness and convince it to sleep." She drew a shuddering breath. "The seal must be made by me." The silence that followed Lily's pronouncement was absolute. Even the River's Heart seemed frozen in shock, its shifting form suspended mid-transformation like a wave caught at its crest. The other hobbits stared at the girl with expressions that ranged from horror to disbelief, and Findalore's ageless face had gone pale as winter moonlight. It was Willowbark who broke the spell, his voice cracking with emotion as he stepped toward his great-granddaughter. "No," he said, and the word came out as barely more than a whisper. "No, child, you cannot. You are too young, too full of life and promise. There must be another way. There must be. But even as he spoke, he saw the truth in Lily's eyes, a certainty that went beyond her years, beyond anything he'd ever seen in a hobbit so young. She'd always been different, this child, gifted with perceptions that others lacked, haunted by dreams that came true more often than not. He had recognised something special in her from the day she was born, had watched her grow with a mixture of pride and apprehension, knowing that such gifts often came with prices attached. Now the price was being named, and it was higher than he had ever imagined. The river's heart stirred at last, its form resuming its constant flux. "The child speaks wisdom," it said, and there was something like awe in its voice. I had not considered this possibility, for I did not know that one so young could possess the gift of water speaking. It is a rare talent, born perhaps once in 1,000 years among your people. The last who possessed it was Lily Longbottom herself, she who first made the old compact with me in the dawn of your people's history. "You cannot be suggesting that we allow this," Rosemary said, her voice sharp with anguish. "She is a child, barely more than an infant by our reckoning. To ask her to give up her life, her future, everything she might become, it is monstrous. It is unthinkable." But Lily turned to face the old woman, and her expression was serene despite the tears that continued to stream down her cheeks. "I have seen my future, grandmother," she said softly. "I have dreamed it every night since we set out from home. I saw the listening pool, and I saw the river's heart, and I saw myself descending into the springs where the darkness sleeps. I did not understand what the dreams meant until now, but I know they are true. This is what I was born for. This is why I have always been able to hear the voices that others cannot." The company erupted into argument, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of protest and despair. Pippin spoke of alternatives that might exist, rituals or artifacts that could serve in Lily's place. Bramble insisted that he would go regardless of what the river's heart said, that surely the strength of will could compensate for the lack of water speaking. Even Findalor joined the debate, his elven voice rising above the others as he proposed journeys to Rivendell or beyond, in search of some power that could lift this burden from a child's shoulders. Through it all, Lily stood silent and still, her eyes fixed on the shifting form of the river's heart. She felt strangely calm now that the truth was spoken, as though a weight she'd carried all her life without knowing it had finally been lifted. The voices in the water were quiet too, hushed in anticipation of what was to come. She could feel their attention focused upon her, thousands of spirits who had dwelt within the Brandywine since its first flowing, all waiting to see if she would have the courage to join them. "Enough," Willowbark said at last, his voice cutting through the argument with an authority that silenced even Findalor. He turned to face the river's heart, his old eyes burning with desperate hope. "You said that the one who becomes the seal will merge with the waters, will feel every ripple and know every fish. You said they will become something between life and death, bound to the river for as long as the world endures. But you did not say they would be alone. The spirit's form shifted, becoming something that might have been a face made of flowing water. What do you ask, child of Lily Longbottom?" "I ask if the seal must be made by one alone," Willowbark replied, "or if it could be strengthened by others who choose to share the burden." The river's heart was silent for a long moment, its essence rippling with what might have been consideration. "In all the ages of my existence," it said at last, "no one has ever asked such a question. The seal was always conceived as a single soul binding a single darkness. But you raise an interesting possibility. Multiple souls, bound together by love and choice, might create a seal stronger than any one spirit could provide, and the burden of consciousness, shared among several, might be easier to bear than the loneliness of eternity endured alone." "Then I will go with her," Willowbark said immediately. "My old bones may not have the gift of water speaking, but they have love enough to strengthen whatever bonds must be made." "And I," said Rosemary, stepping forward to stand beside him. "I carried the women's law for 50 years. Let me carry it into the waters themselves, where it can never be lost or forgotten." Bramble shouldered his way between them, his rough face set with determination. "I always said I would die on this river. Might as well make it count for something." Pippin opened his mouth to add his voice to the others, but Findalor laid a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "No," the elf said quietly. "You must return to tell the tale. Someone must carry word to the river hobbits of what happened here, else the sacrifice will be forgotten within a generation." That burden falls to you, young master, and it is no lighter than the one the others have chosen." The young hobbit's face crumpled, but he nodded slowly, accepting the wisdom of the elf's words. Lily went to him and took his hand, her small fingers intertwining with his larger ones. "Remember us," she said. "Sing the songs and tell the stories, so that those who come after will know what was done here and why. And when you walk beside the Brandywine on summer evenings, listen for our voices in the water. We will be there, all of us together, watching over the river and all who dwell beside it." The river's heart had grown brighter as the hobbits made their declarations, its form becoming more defined, more majestic. 4 souls, it said, wonder clear in its ancient voice. 4 souls freely offered, bound by love and strengthened by choice. Such a seal has never been made in all the history of the world. It will hold against the darkness for ages beyond counting, longer perhaps than the world itself will endure. "How do we do it?" Willowbuck asked, his voice steady now that the decision had been made. "How do we become the seal?" "You must journey to the springs where I am born," the river's heart replied. "It is a day's travel from here, through caverns that have never known the light of sun or star. I will guide you, for my essence flows through every drop of water in these mountains. When you reach the place where the darkness sleeps, you must enter the pool at the heart of the springs and let the waters close over your heads. Do not struggle. Do not fight. Simply let go of your mortal forms and allow yourselves to dissolve into the river's essence. I will catch your spirits before they fade and weave them into the fabric of my being, and together we will form the chains that bind the ancient evil." "And the darkness?" Lily asked. "What will happen to it?" "It will sleep," the river's heart said, "as it has slept since the Valar bound it in the world's youth. But now its sleep will be guarded by 5 spirits instead of 1, for I too will join myself to the seal, giving up the freedom I have known since the first waters flowed from the mountains. Together we will dream the long dream of eternity, and the darkness will dream with us, held in slumber by the strength of our combined will." Findalor stepped forward, his face grave. "I cannot follow where you go," he said, "but I can see you safely to the threshold. Let me guide you through the caverns to the springs. It is the least I can do for those who are willing to sacrifice so much." Willowbuck nodded, reaching out to clasp the elf's hand. "We would be honoured to have you with us for as long as the path allows, but when we reach the final pool you must turn back. This is our burden to bear, not yours." The company made their preparations in the green light of the listening pool, their movements slow and deliberate, like those of sleepers moving through a dream. They divided the supplies, giving most to Pippin for his return journey, keeping only water and a little food for themselves. Lily wrote a letter to her mother, her small hand forming careful letters on a scrap of parchment that Findalor had produced from his pack. The other spoke quiet words to the young hobbit who would carry their memories back to the world of the living, entrusting him with messages for loved ones and instructions for the rituals that must be maintained. And when all was ready, they turned their faces toward the darkness at the back of the basin, where a narrow passage led deeper into the mountains. The river's heart dimmed its light to a soft glow that would guide them through the caverns ahead, and one by one the 4 who had chosen sacrifice stepped into the shadows. The passage that led from the listening pool into the heart of the mountains was narrow and winding, carved by water over countless millennia, until the stone had been worn smooth as glass. The river's heart travelled with them as a faint luminescence in the water that trickled along the cavern floor, providing just enough light to see the next few steps ahead. Behind this small procession, the darkness pressed close, swallowing any trace of the world they were leaving behind. Findalor led the way, his elven eyes better suited to the underground gloom than those of his hobbit companions. He moved with a grace that seemed almost supernatural in the confined space, ducking beneath low-hanging formations and stepping over treacherous gaps without breaking stride. Behind him came Willowbark, leaning heavily on his ashwood staff, his breath coming in laboured gasps that he tried to hide from the others. Rosemary followed close behind, one hand resting on the old patriarch's shoulder to steady him when the path grew difficult. Then came Lily, her small form moving with surprising confidence through the darkness, as though she could sense the way forward through means beyond ordinary sight. And Bramble brought up the rear, his practical eyes watching for any danger that might come from behind. They did not speak as they walked, each lost in their own thoughts. The silence was broken only by the sound of their footsteps, the drip of water from unseen heights, and the distant rumble of underground rivers flowing through chambers they would never see. The air grew colder as they descended, carrying a dampness that seeped into their bones and made their joints ache with every step. After what might have been hours or might have been days, the passage opened into a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in darkness above them. The floor was covered with a shallow lake of perfectly still water, its surface reflecting the faint glow of the river's heart like a mirror made of black glass. Strange formations rose from the water at irregular intervals, columns of stone that had grown over eons, their surfaces covered with crystals that caught the light and threw it back in scattered rainbows. "This is the Chamber of Echoes," the river's heart said, its voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Here the waters gather before they begin their journey to the world above. We must cross to the far side where another passage leads deeper still." The water was cold, colder than anything the hobbits had ever experienced, but it was shallow enough that they could wade across without swimming. Findalor went first, testing each step before committing his weight, and the others followed in a line, holding hands to keep from being separated in the darkness. The water rose to Lily's chest at its deepest point, and Willowbark lifted her onto his shoulders despite his own exhaustion, carrying her as he'd carried his own children in the distant days of his youth. As they crossed, sounds began to reach them from the depths of the cavern, whispers and murmurs that seemed to form words just beyond the edge of comprehension. Lily heard them most clearly, voices speaking in languages she did not know but somehow understood, telling stories of ages past, of the world's making and the wars that had shaped it, of powers that had risen and fallen while the mountains stood unchanging above them. She realized that these were the memories of the water itself, the accumulated experiences of every drop that had ever flowed through these caverns since the first rains fell upon the newly made earth. They reached the far shore and climbed out onto dry stone, their clothes heavy with water that steamed faintly in the cold air. The passage that awaited them was narrower than the one they had left behind, barely wide enough for Findalor to squeeze through, and the hobbits had to turn sideways to navigate its tightest sections. They travelled in single file now, the elf leading and the others following the sound of his movements through the darkness. The second passage opened into a series of smaller chambers connected by natural archways, each one different from the last. In one, the walls were covered with crystals that glowed with their own inner light, casting strange shadows that danced as the company passed. In another, the floor was a maze of tiny pools, each one a different colour, fed by mineral springs that bubbled up from unknown depths. In a third, the ceiling was covered with formations that looked like frozen waterfalls, stone ripples captured in mid-flow by the patient work of dripping water over countless years. Through it all, the river's heart guided them, its presence a constant comfort in the overwhelming darkness. It spoke to them as they walked, telling them of the history of these caverns, of the creatures that had lived here in ages past, of the darkness that slept at the journey's end and the power that had bound it. The hobbits listened with a mixture of wonder and dread, their understanding of the world expanding with each revelation, even as their fear of what awaited them grew. At last, after a final squeeze through a crack so narrow that even Lily had to exhale to fit through, they emerged into the Chamber of the Springs. It was smaller than the hobbits had expected, a circular space no larger than Willowbark's main room at home, its walls smooth and dark as though they had been polished by hands rather than shaped by water. At the centre of the chamber was a pool, perfectly round, its waters glowing with a sickly green light that spoke of corruption and ancient malice. And in that glow, they could see something moving, something vast and terrible that shifted beneath the surface like a nightmare trying to wake. "This is the source," the river's heart said, and its voice was heavy with sorrow and fear. "This is the place where I was born, where the first waters of the Brandywine bubbled up from the heart of the world. And this is the prison of the darkness, the chains that have held it since the Valar cast it down in the first days of creation." Findalor stopped at the edge of the chamber, his face pale in the poisonous light. "This is as far as I can go," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "What lies ahead is not for me to witness." He turned to face the hobbits, his ageless eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You are the bravest souls I have ever known," he said, In all my long years I have never seen courage to match what you show today. May the grace of the Valor go with you into the waters, and may your sacrifice bring peace to the Brandywine for ages to come." Willowbark stepped forward and clasped the elf's hand one final time. "Tell our story," he said. "When you return to your people, tell them what the river hobbits did in this dark place. Let them know that the small folk of the Shire have hearts as great as any of the elder kindred." "I will tell it," Findelor promised. "Your names will be remembered in Rivendell as long as its towers stand. Willowbark and Rosemary, Bramble and Lily, the four who bound the darkness and saved the Brandywine. No song of my people will be complete without your story." The hobbits said their farewells then, each in their own way. Rosemary gave Findelor a lock of her white hair, asking him to plant it beside the Brandywine so that some part of her might remain in the world above. Bramble pressed into his hands a small stone, worn smooth by decades of handling, a good luck charm that had seen him through countless dangers on the river. And Lily gave him the letter she'd written to her mother, along with a single dried flower she'd carried in her pocket since leaving home, a forget-me-not that still held a trace of its original blue despite the journey. Then the hobbits turned away from the elf and walked together into the Chamber of the Springs. The poisonous light grew stronger as they approached the pool, and they could feel the presence of the darkness now, a malevolent awareness that pressed against their minds like cold fingers seeking entry. It was old, this thing, older than the mountains that contained it, and it was angry, so angry, at the chains that had bound it for so long. Lily took the lead now, her gift guiding her to the edge of the pool. She could hear the darkness speaking, could understand its rage and its hunger, and she felt no fear. Whatever this creature was, whatever power it had possessed in the ages before its binding, it was still just another voice in the water, and she had been hearing voices all her life. "We have come to strengthen your chains," she said, her small voice carrying clearly in the confined space. "We have come to bind you more securely than ever before so that you may sleep in peace, and the waters that flow from this place may run clean and pure." The darkness surged against its prison, and the pool's surface churned with its fury. But the river's heart was there too, its essence surrounding the hobbits like a protective embrace, and the malevolent power could not reach them. "Together now," Willowbark said, taking Lily's hand in his right and Rosemary's in his left. "Together as we lived, together as we end." The four hobbits stood at the edge of the pool, their hands joined in the circle, their hearts beating as one. The poisonous green light played across their faces, casting strange shadows that made them look older, more solemn, like statues carved from living stone. Beneath the surface, the darkness churned and writhed, sensing what was coming and raging against the inevitability of its renewed imprisonment. Lily began to sing. It was not one of the old songs that Willowbark had taught her, not a melody that had been passed down through the generations of river hobbits. It was something new, something that came from the deepest part of her being, a song that spoke of water and light and the unbreakable bonds of love. Her voice was high and clear, a child's voice, but it carried power that made the very stones tremble. One by one the others joined her. Willowbark's voice was rough with age and emotion, but it blended with hers like the deep current beneath a sparkling surface. Rosemary added a harmony that spoke of wisdom and patience, of years spent learning the secrets that few remembered. And Bramble, whose singing voice had never been more than passable, found himself producing notes of such purity that he wondered if some power beyond himself was singing through him. The river's heart joined them then, its voice rising from the waters themselves, from every drop that flowed through the mountains and every stream that fed the Brandywine. It was a sound unlike anything the hobbits had ever heard, the music of creation itself, the song that had shaped the world in its first making. And as the five voices wove together, something began to happen in the pool before them. The sickly green light began to fade, replaced by a softer glow that spoke of healing rather than corruption. The churning surface grew calm, the darkness beneath it stilling as though falling into a deep and dreamless sleep. The malevolent presence that had pressed against their minds withdrew, its rage diminishing to a distant murmur, then fading entirely into silence. "Now," the river's heart said, and its voice was gentle, almost tender. "It is time." Willowbark was the first to step into the pool. The water was cold, colder than anything he'd ever felt, but there was no pain, only a spreading numbness that seemed to ease the aches that had accumulated over his long years. He waded forward until the water reached his chest, then turned to look back at the others, his river-coloured eyes bright with love and pride. "I have lived a good life," he said, his voice steady despite the cold that was seeping into his bones. "I have seen my children grow and my grandchildren flourish. I have watched the sun rise over the Brandywine 10,000 times, and I have never tired of its beauty. Now I will become part of that beauty, and I will watch over the river and all who dwell beside it until the ending of the world." He let himself fall backward into the water, and it closed over his head without a splash. For a moment the others could see his form beneath the surface, his white hair spreading out like a halo around his face. Then the glow intensified, and when it faded, Willowbark was gone. Rosemary went next, walking into the pool with the measured steps of one who has lived long enough to fear nothing. "The law of the women is safe now," she said as the water rose around her. "It will live in the river forever, pass down through the waters to every hobbit who drinks from the Brandywine or bathes in its currents. Remember us, Lily. Remember what we were, and what we have become." She closed her eyes and let the water take her, and when the glow faded, she too had vanished. Bramble paused at the pool's edge, his rough face working with emotions he'd never learned to express. "I was always alone," he said, his voice gruff with unshed tears. "But I will not be alone any more. I will be part of something larger than myself, something that matters. That is more than I ever hoped for." He walked into the water without looking back, and the pool swallowed him as it had swallowed the others. Now only Lily remained, standing alone at the edge of the pool with the river's heart glowing softly around her. She was afraid, she realised, more afraid than she'd ever been in her short life. But the fear was not for herself. It was for her mother, who would grieve for a daughter she would never see again. It was for Pippin, who would carry the burden of memory for the rest of his days. It was for all the river hobbits who would come after, who would sing the songs and tell the stories without truly understanding what had been sacrificed to keep them safe. "Are you ready, child?" the river's heart asked, and its voice was full of compassion. Lily nodded, though her small body trembled. "I am ready," she said. "I've always been ready. This is what I was born for." She stepped into the pool, and the cold embraced her like a mother's arms. The water rose around her, numbing her flesh, but awakening something deeper, something that had slumbered within her since her first breath. She could feel the others now, Willowbark and Rosemary and Bramble, their spirits swirling through the currents around her, welcoming her home. The darkness stirred one final time, reaching for her with tendrils of shadow that sought to drag her down into its prison. But Lily was not afraid anymore. She opened her mouth and sang, and the others sang with her, and the river's heart sang with them all, and the darkness recoiled before the power of their combined voices. The chains that bound the ancient evil tightened, strengthened by 5 spirits woven together in harmony. The green glow faded entirely, replaced by a pure white light that filled the chamber and drove away every shadow. And when the light faded at last, the pool lay quiet and still, its waters clear as crystal, reflecting nothing but the darkness of the cavern above. In the passage beyond the chamber, Findalor fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the power that had washed over him. He'd witnessed many things in his long years, had seen great magics worked by the mightiest of his kind, but he'd never felt anything like this. It was not the power of dominion or destruction, but something gentler, more enduring, the power of love and sacrifice and the unbreakable bonds between souls who had chosen to face eternity together. When he could move again, he rose and made his way back through the caverns, guided by a light that seemed to come from within his own heart. The journey that had taken a day in the descent took only hours in the return, as though the mountains themselves were speeding him on his way. He emerged at last into the listening pool, where Pippin waited beside the willow leaf, his young face hollow with grief and exhaustion. "It is done," Findalor said, placing a hand on the hobbit's shoulder. "They have become the seal. The darkness will sleep now for ages beyond counting, and the Brandywine will run clean and pure from the mountains to the sea." Pippin nodded, unable to speak, and together the elf and the hobbit began the long journey home. The tale of what happened in the mountains spread quickly through the Shire, carried by Pippin's voice and Findelor's letters and the countless retellings that followed. The river hobbits mourned their lost ones, but they mourned with pride as well as sorrow, knowing that their kin had given themselves for the salvation of all who dwelt beside the Brandywine. Marigold wept for her daughter, but she found comfort in the knowledge that Lily had fulfilled the destiny she had always been born for, and that her spirit lived on in the waters she had loved. In the years that followed, strange things began to happen along the Brandywine. Fishermen spoke of unusually good catches, of waters that seemed to guide their boats to the best fishing grounds. Travellers who crossed the river on dark nights reported hearing voices in the current, voices that warned them of dangers ahead or guided them to safe crossings. Children who fell into the water were carried gently to shore by currents that seemed to have minds of their own. And on quiet summer evenings, when the mist rose from the river and the stars came out one by one, those who listened closely could hear singing, faint and far away, a melody that spoke of love and sacrifice and the peace that passes understanding. The Brandywine Bridge still stands today, its 7 arches spanning the broad waters as they have for ages beyond memory. The river hobbits still dwell beside its banks, fishing and ferrying and tending their gardens as their ancestors did before them. They still make the offerings at each turning of the seasons, still sing the old songs and teach the old ways to their children. But now, when they speak of the old compact, they speak also of the 4 who became the seal, the brave hobbits who journeyed to the heart of the mountains and gave themselves to bind the darkness forever. And in the deeps where the Brandywine has its source, 5 spirits dream together through the long ages of the world, their love undiminished by time, their vigil unbroken by doubt. The darkness sleeps beneath them, held fast by chains that grow stronger with each passing year, and the waters that flow from that sacred place carry with them the blessing of those who sacrificed everything so that others might live in peace. Thus ends the tale of the Brandywine Bridge Chronicles, as it was told by the river hobbits in the days before the great troubles came to Middle-earth. May their courage be remembered, and may their sacrifice never be forgotten, as long as the waters flow and the stars shine and the small folk of the Shire walk beside the river that runs through their green and pleasant land.